We have a new, the task force for the name change still includes the legislative committee, but we have signed Teresa Chrisman and Steve Cox as co-chairs. The convention critique meeting on the 14th of July, it was held at West Annapolis, and of course we discussed the election process and some of the issues that we had during the convention. I have asked Rick Hemphill, the Secretary's office, along with the Executive Director, to create a sample ballot, because we did have major issues of sending that by email with the delegates at the convention. So that committee will be working. Also, at the critique, it was discussed about, is it a possibility that we can shorten the convention? So I put a committee of First Vice President Eric Smothers, Second Vice President Skip Carey, and the Executive Director to look and see if possibly we can shorten the convention by having 2 sessions on Monday, 2 sessions on Tuesday, and then we can end it instead of the Wednesday. They will be looking in other avenues, and they'll be giving a report, if not this executive committee, the following executive committee that we have. On July 14th, we had a teleconference with Secretary Russ Strickland from MEMA, and he had stressed the availability of emergency generators. There are funds available. Please contact the MEMA office for that. On August the 1st, I attended a press conference at Catonsville's fire station with Senator Chris Van Hollen, Senator Ben Cardin, Congressman Kwasi Mafume. In reference of this bill is an approval that will, and hopefully through the House, will be $1 billion in a revolving fund for renovations of fire stations, both volunteer and career, or building brand new stations. Since then, we put out another questionnaire, and Executive Director Kate Lovelace has received over 125 replies so far. For those of you, that's Senate Bill 4690 and House Bill 3728. The funds can also be used for upgrading bunk rooms, bathrooms, your HVAC, emergency generators, exhaust systems. If you're trying to upgrade, it cannot be used for any hall or fundraising facilities, or if you already have built, this is not a debt service grant. I attended the Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firemen's Association convention out in Williamsport. It was a pleasure once again to see our fellow firefighters out there. I also had the honor and privilege of not only attending but speaking on behalf of the late past President Oscar Baker at his Fire Department memorial service in Mount Airy. Doug Alexander asked me if I would speak on behalf of the MSFA. I said, no problem. And then after I hung up the phone, it's like, for the love of God, how do you cover one man who has lived 100 years old and was in Mount Airy's fire company for 81 years in 4 minutes? It's really not easy to discuss, but I tackled the task, and we got through that. This past Thursday, we had an opportunity of meeting Senator Cheryl Kagan, and we were the MACO meeting down at Ocean City. We met her for lunch, and that included Legislative Chair Steve Cox, also the Executive Committee Chair, along with Bob Phillips, Second Vice President Skip Carey, and myself. We kept the dialogue going. We basically told her that the interference really hurt instead of trying to help the name change issue. So she basically came to agreement that she'll let us do our thing for this year. We promised her to keep an open dialogue. We're looking to work, instead of being two adversaries, to working as a team as we move forward. But the whole group, we basically said that we have to allow the delegation to do what they want and what they feel. So we have more to follow on that. That is all my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the second vice president for introduction of guests. Then I'll come back to the first vice president.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to our officers and committee chairs, we're fortunate today that we have some of the ladies auxiliary officers with us. We have their president from Jarrettsville, Elena. We have their senior vice president, Jean, from Frederick. She's here. We have several past presidents, Teresa Chrisman, Becky Hawthorne, Barbara Sue Nelson, my own favorite person, Sandy Lutz. We have the same mental capacity at times, which can be good or bad. We also have our partners. A lot of our partners are with us today. We're fortunate in the fact that we have Brian Greasy, our fire marshal, sitting back there. We have Director Mike Cox, Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute. We have Dr. Delridge from the MEMS. We have Rebecca Gilmore from Shock Trauma. All of these are here with us to share their knowledge with us and to show that they are truly partners with us. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, the normal officers and committee chairs are here. You don't want me to read those out, do you?
You're going to recognize our past presidents?
Oh, past presidents, yeah. Also, by the way, if I missed you, this is only my second time doing this, so maybe by the end next June I'll have it down pat and could figure out who's who. Past presidents, we have Bob Cumberland. I'll go from the top of the list down. Bob Cumberland, Tom Mattingly, Bernie Smith, Steve Cox, Roger Steger, Gene Worthington, Terry Thompson, Bobby Jacobs, David Lewis, Mark Bilger, Chuck Walker, and our immediate past president sitting on the executive committee with us, Joel McCrae.
Trustees?
Pardon?
Trustees?
Trustees. I didn't get any trustees to sign.
Terry Thompson.
Terry is
Thompson.
here. Oh, Terry. Yeah, Terry signed. Like I say, my first one's will be. Terry Thompson is the only one that signed. If I missed you, please get up with me during the course of the day so we can have a record of who is here for future reference.
Thank you. We have two members elected and appointed that need to be installed. I'm going to ask past President Joel McCrae to install Trustee Terry Thompson and Executive Committee member Teresa Collins. Terry, you can stay there if you, okay.
All right, raise your right hand, use your name before I use mine. I, Joel McRae. I, Terry Thompson. Solemnly swear. To uphold the Constitution and bylaws of the Maryland State Firemen Association. I further swear to faithfully perform the duties of the office to which I have been elected or appointed. I will maintain, preserve, and protect all money, properties, and records entrusted to my care, and turn over same to my successor at the end of my term. So help me God. Congratulations.
Congratulations. First Vice President Smothers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't have much of a report because our president did such a fine job in hitting all the fine point details.
Sorry.
But that's okay. Team effort. First I want to say thank you to all of our members and our partners as we go forward and starting off a new year. We look forward to continuing to work with you and all of our committees and partners across the state. I think the working relationships that we have, we're just going to continue to build on what we have and moving forward, making it better for our fire and EMS providers and auxiliary members across the state. Coming out of Ocean City, it was a little solemn with Northeast losing a member there. My prayers and thoughts go out to the families in Northeast after that tragic incident. As well. I was able to attend Oscar's funeral services over the last couple months here. Very good turnout, as well as Chief Long's out of Damascus. And again, our prayers go out to the families. As we move forward, the name change is still a big issue. I think we will work through that. As President Kurtz has said, we stand ready to work with the committee and our members of the association to help get that process moving and make it so that everyone understands the process. We have a little bit of time now that they have spoken with Senator Keegan. I think she understands our concerns, and I think this association will serve us well as we go forward and working through that process. It's not going to be an easy process. We certainly understand the historical footprint of our current name, and we respect that. So as we go forward, we will just work through the process, and hopefully in June we'll be able to bring it to a conclusion. I had the opportunity to attend the West Virginia State Firemen's Convention here about a week or so ago. I can tell you that out of the 402 volunteer departments, they had about 35 member departments show up for their convention, and literally it would fill this room. They're really impressed on how we do things here in Maryland and asked me a lot of questions about how we do things here, not only legislatively, but through our committees. And I offered our support from the MSFA to the state of West Virginia as they go through LoSAP legislative issues. Their issues are not any different than what we have in Maryland. So getting that second set of firefighter gear, cancer awareness initiatives, LoSAP initiatives, and so forth. We're very similar in what we do. So If you get a strange phone call from the committee chairs from someone out in West Virginia, it's probably because I've sacrificed you and put your name out there, so to speak. So they're very interested, and I've also invited them to attend any one of our meetings. So as we move west, we may see their presidents and vice presidents show up for a couple of our meetings. It was a very nice event that they put on, but very inquisitive about how we do things here back home. And that should say kudos to the men and women of this organization, that folks are reaching out to us and wanting to partner with us. Please remember that we have the new 988 out there for psychological services, even more so now than we've ever needed it. Regardless of whether it's something from a line of duty or it could be a financial or personal issue, those services are available. Loss of a loved one, you don't have to suffer in silence. We have resources available. Please reach out to one of the officers so that we can make sure that you're getting the assistance that you need or guidance that you need. We're willing to help. And I can tell you from out in West Virginia also, they are very interested in what we do with our initiative here. They don't have anything like that on a statewide level. So we have a lot of tools in our toolbox that we can share to our outside partners and agencies, and I'm hoping that you help me with that when folks reach out. So I appreciate your time, and that's my report, sir, and it's mine has been submitted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Second Vice President, Skip Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the convention, I've done a fair amount of traveling, going to various county association meetings, attended past President Dave Lewis's class on whether it's okay to say you're not okay or not. Excellent class. I highly recommend that to anybody that hasn't been. It was great. The sad thing that I've had the honor to do is to attend the many funerals that we've had. Chief Long's, Oscar's, a good mentor of mine, some local ones. We're losing a lot of valuable resources. It's like when a library gets burnt, and each one of these people pass. There's nothing that can be recovered, unless we've done it, and that's fantastic that we are starting to do that. I had the privilege of attending Virginia's volunteer fire service conference. It was for me, and past President Underwood had told me that I was going to be surprised, and I was. There was not as many people to that as are in this room today. Shame. What they did excellent. They had a beautiful memorial service, the Dogwood service, very great. Everything they did was really good. They were tickled to death to see us. We got to talk, do a lot of one-on-one with them. Kate was there with us and that. But we don't realize how active and how advanced, I'll use that term, that MSFA is and the things that we can accomplish. And just like First Vice President Smothers said, everybody looks sort of towards us, and we need to be there. We need to have that hand extended to help them. It's a pleasure as always to be here. As I said to Doyle, he gave me a beautiful book to learn how to campaign, but he didn't give me the book to learn how to be it. So it's a step-by-step process with some good people, Eric and Steve and Roger and some other people that I've got sitting out here in the audience that are helping me go through this. So put up with me. I'll get it eventually. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Executive Director, Director Lovelace.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I brought up Executive Assistant Lynn Hawkins with me. Good morning, Executive Committee members. Just wanted to give my report. It has been submitted electronically, but I'll mention some of the highlights. This week, obviously, as has been mentioned before, we've suffered a great loss within the MSFA. Excuse me as I try to do this one. Skip Mahan was not only a mentor, but a good friend. He will be dearly missed by the staff and the SAFER team. Although Skip is irreplaceable on so many levels, between his work ethic, professionalism, and witty humor, the staff and SAFER team will work together to adjust how we move forward in his absence, as he would expect us to do. We will keep the committee and the president apprised of any direction that we need to take in order to ensure that the success of the SAFER grant continues and other initiatives that Skip was involved with. In regard to the SAFER grant, the first year SAFER grant initiatives are moving along, and several projects have already been delivered and completed, such as the recruitment boot camp, which was held this past spring, several updates to content on the website, and the recruitment toolbox. One project that is still in process is the development of the statewide mentorship program. The program is near completion. We just have to have an in-house training, which is going to occur next Wednesday at the Crofton office for the SAFER staff. This program will then be rolled out in person to the SAFER, the Recruitment and Retention Committee, as well as the county coordinators, so they are aware of the program and how to roll it out to their regions. We'll come up with a strategic schedule that will result in the rollout of the program to all of the regions and make sure that all the departments are able to implement their program if needed. On the Eastern Shore, our SAFER program manager, Heather Gorski, is working with the MIFRE Centerville on transportation pilot program for the high school VOTEC program in Queen Anne's County. This project involves working with the high schools in Queen Anne's County, Talbot, Caroline, and Kent to assist in avenues of transportation for students to the MIFRE location, as well as working with the MIFRE staff to create marketing for the program for school counselors, both which are geared to help increase recruitment of the VOTEC program. And we hope that if it's a successful transportation program, that it can be rolled out across at many of the other MIFRE sites that offer the VOTEC program. We realize that transportation is one of the biggest hurdles that some of the students face when they try to take this course. Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather today. We could also continue to work with the Maryland Fire Chiefs as they provide their annual training seminars through the grant. We utilize the weekly reports to communicate important information to our member departments. If anybody would like to be added to that list, please let me know. We do disseminate it to the executive committee members who disseminate it to their contacts within the county associations. But if there's someone specific that needs that report, just send me your email address. As a reminder, if you are a committee chair, especially one that is newly appointed, please visit your committee page on the msfa.org.website to ensure that all the information on there is correct and get any information that needs to be updated to our web team. There is a form, I've highlighted it on my report, that you could just go in and put in all of your information that needs to be updated. It gets automatically sent to the web team and they'll make those updates. Thank you to all the departments that replied to the request for information from President Kurtz regarding the Fire Station Construction Grants Act, which he spoke of earlier. We've received close to 140 responses. We realize that not every department within the state is going to need these upgrades. Some of them have already been done, but it's important that we collect the data so we can hand it over to the senators as they pitch this to the legislative powers that be. We want to make sure that they know that it's an ongoing issue that all of these departments are in dire needs. I mean, some have millions and millions of dollars of upgrades and construction that they need to do at their fire stations just in order to respond. So if you have not gotten that information to me, please send that to me as soon as possible. Over the past month, the following have been submitted. The FY24 budget letter to the Governor's Office on behalf of President Kurtz, the annual funding request to the Department of Emergency Management, which obviously now it does no longer goes to the Maryland Department of the Military. So we're working with Secretary Strickland and Terry Thompson on making sure those reports and those requests go to Mdml now. And the annual VCAF report has been sent to the Office of Legislative Audits in Baltimore, Mdml, as well as the Department of Legislative Services in Annapolis. So I'd like to thank Craig Harmon, who is the vice chair of VCAF, because he pretty much puts that report together and allows me to send that on the VCAF committee's behalf. I will continue to attend all partner meetings. Most of them are still in virtual status, but we're hoping to go to some in-person meetings soon. I'll also be attending county association meetings periodically as directed by the president if there are meetings that are not able to be, we don't have MSFA representation present. So I will report out separately during the convention committee report on this year's convention exhibits and educational seminars. I didn't include that in my executive director report, but I'll report on that later. Executive Assistant Lynn, I just figured she'd come up and if she has anything that she'd like to add, especially with the work that she does within the office. And as always, if you have any questions or if we can be in any assistance, please let me know. Lynn? Anything?
Lynn, you're up.
Excuse me.
Just a reminder or tag, make sure you send your $5 and that you have the department name that you belong to and your NFRS number on the application.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a copy of my report. I think it made it through. Couple items. One, second paragraph of the report, it indicates 2016, 2017. That should be 2022 and 2023. Cut and paste is, yeah, we know how that works. To bring you up to date on credentials that were submitted this year, for the 130th annual convention, the tallies come out to 372 companies, members of the association. There are 348 active member departments, 22 associate members, and 2 sustaining members. Of the 348, only 328 submitted credentials. So we've got approximately 20 companies out there that did not submit any credentials, and I will send each of you a up-to-date list, and I'm still working on trying to get this completed because the information is very vital to the committees, some of the committees that's in Annapolis. So with that, and we had 273 companies that registered in Ocean City. This year, as in the past, the one question we have on the credentials is the number of responding and the number of volunteer members. Responding, sorry about that. Okay, responding, 15,506 members. Volunteers, this would be the administrative, associate members and so on, 12,885 for a total of 28,391. With the number of companies that have not submitted their credentials, and some of the companies that submitted did not include these numbers. If we had all of those in, and the word is if we had them all in, we would have over 30,000 members of the association. Something you may want to keep in the back of your mind. Also today, the Assistant Secretary Gene has been working the members, passing out the whistleblower policies and so on. He'll ask you to sign that and get it back. This is one thing that we need to have on file. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, today we need to add to your action items minutes from the following executive committees: March the 19th and 20th, 2022. July the 10th is the transitional meeting, 2022. June the 21st, 2022, and June the 23rd, 2022. So, Mr. Chairman, if that could go on your action items.
Actually, I'll entertain a motion. If you want to approve all of them, we can do that, or if you want to do them individually. Lee, you're... Okay, motion by Lee Lutz, second by Chip Jewell. Any questions? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, the member companies that are celebrating their anniversaries, such as their 75th, 100th, even their 50th. We have some now working on 150, 175, up to 200 years of service. If you have any knowledge of these, let us know, because we can get a plaque made or a certificate or something to recognize the individuals, individual companies for the accomplishments that they have completed. So let me know, let the presidents know, so we can get this taken care of. Later on today, we will have the directories. I hope they arrive today. I'm sorry? Just came in. Okay. Later on, we'll get these out to the members. There's going to be mistakes in there. I mean, you know, there's eyes. I know they've gone through several reviews, but there still will be mistakes. If you find those, let us know so we can correct them and go from there. Committee chairs. We ask that your report be submitted prior to the executive committee meeting, not the day before or not the night before, but at least a week. This way the IT team can get this posted, and you can have those to review prior to the executive committee meeting. Mr. Chairman, with that completes my report. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Chaplain Long.
Good morning again. Just real quick, thank you for those who are submitting their memorials. I really appreciate that some people did read the trumpet and they are coming in. I also have memorial books available today if you need some. They came in short supply at the ocean, so I have a box of them over here. I also have firefighter and EMT stickers, this American flag with the stripes in them, and Psalm 91 cards.
Questions for the chaplain? Okay, thank you. Ladies Auxiliary Officers, President Malia Dalton. Your report was OG?
Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoy up here in the country. Like Ben says, we are way up here in the country in the north, aren't we? Yeah. I have with me officers Jean Main, she's Junior Vice President. Joan, oh my God, Kramer, I forgot her name. Recording Secretary. Holly Trago, Financial Secretary. Kay Trago, Chaplain. The past presidents I have is Sandy Lutz, Pat Demon, Lori Dembo, Teresa Chrisman, and those two are Bessie Marshall. So go back there and buy some tickets. And Rose Panafini and Becky Walton. Ben, if you ever need anything from us, just give me a holler, and you know you will, because we're right here together, so. Also, the co-chairman will be getting in contact with you. They're not here for our conference meeting in Brunswick. In September, I will be going to the Delaware Convention for the ladies. I really like going up there. The ladies are really great to see, and their meals are really good. Well, I hope to see you and hope to see that you enjoy this weekend here, and I'll talk to you all soon. Thank you. Was that long enough, Steve?
Actually, I was expecting 20 minutes, but we'll let you slide this time.
Usually it's only 5.
Well, next time it'll be 30.
Oh, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Bessie Marshall, Teresa, do you have anything? And I'm pleased to see you're bringing misfire prevention because they're next.
Yep. You can talk first. Go ahead and talk. Well, good morning.
I'd like to say good morning, everyone. I want to thank everyone again for giving me the opportunity to represent the MSFA. So far, I have traveled 711 miles going to different events, meetings, and seminars. If you have any events or anything you'd like any of the ambassadors to come to, feel free to reach out to me or Caroline. My safety message for everyone is fire is everyone's fight, and the more we're able to prepare, the better we will be able to prevent it. The Maryland State Fire Marshal's Office has a tip sheet that breaks it down. Step 1 is make sure that you have a smoke alarm in your home that works. If it's past that 10-year mark on the battery operated, make sure you switch to the 10-year lithium battery. Step 2 is to sit down and make an escape plan with everyone in your family. And you should know or plan at least 2 ways out of every room. Step 3 is to go into your bedroom and make sure you know what you need to do. If the one way is blocked, what do you need to do to get to the next way? Step 4 is to identify your family meeting spot outside. Make sure it's something stationary, like a mailbox or a tree. And step 4 is to know your address and your phone number in case of emergencies, because not every state has 911. And step 6 is conduct your drills. Each person should go into a room and practice meeting at that safe meeting spot. And the NFPA recommends you should test your alarm at least once a month. And one message I've seen on social media that kind of stuck in my head is test it Tuesday. set that day. All right, on the first Tuesday of every month, our family's gonna do our fire drill. Make sure that you get that practice in, because with more practice, the less panic we will be in the event of a fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Laurie, Teresa? Laurie?
She's going to talk about Caroline.
Okay.
Caroline Little is moving into college this weekend, and she has camp, so she did submit a report, so you can read that later.
She's also going to be working with, she's moved into Towson, so she's going to be conducting a campus fire and life safety program. We talked about it, myself and her talked. I told her to get with Caitlin Ahar because she's at the fire station closest to the school. And between the three of us, we will be doing some kind of campus fire safety for the RAs going forward. So that's her 4-year plan for that school. You want to go first?
You go first.
Okay. All right. So on my end, I'm handling the cases, and I just wanted to inform you all of the following things. So far, we've done 12 cases. Of that, 9 have been completed and processed. I still have several that have needed information that I just can't fix from a phone call. It's important that we try to move these as fast as possible, but when we have missing information, we can't handle it. There's some things that I just can't do it from a phone call. So I've had to send those things back. I'd also like to update you on what we've done to format this change to move it into a faster process. First off, we've added the physician's assistants are now allowed in Maryland by Maryland law to have the same ability as a doctor to sign the physician's form. We spoke to past President Darby Byrd, and she outlined what the states surrounding Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. for the clarity of understanding as to who can sign. We do get some back that say CNAs or CPAs. That's not acceptable. They can't sign for the doctor or the physician assistant, so we physically have to send that back because it's a medical form. The second change we did was expand the definition to proper placement of the notary and the department seal. Many times that we don't see either the notary or the department seal to verify and validate the document, so we have to send that back. So on the new form, we have it all lined out in boxes so that they know this is the notary, this is the department seal. And then the second is the removal of the statement that the auxiliary used to promote anyone that actually received the application and the funding. But because of HIPAA and the new laws, we can't do that anymore. So we've removed that statement from the application, and we've placed in the HIPAA statement saying that we will not use your information for profit. And the fourth is the process of delays of a case. We are now automated where it starts with me. I send it to the president. She assigns her information, immediately goes to Holly, and then to Holly to Christy, and then she fills out the checks and then sends them directly to the president. That is taken days off, days and weeks, because we're dealing with the mail. And having to process all that stuff and take it to that process level and moving it forward has helped us tremendously. We've already started all that, going with case number 9 forward. We do have some things that we've had where people have called saying, where's my money? Or where's my claim? Or where's my stuff? If I have to send it back to you, that delays the process. I had someone that called repeatedly and was like, well, where's my stuff? I'm like, well, we sent it back to you in May. You gave it back to me in July. We started our process July 16th. Within 3 weeks, the check was turned around to him, but he felt since we turned it back to him in May, it should have been there sooner. Well, he didn't come back to me until July 5th, so it's what it is. We deal with it. But those are the things that we're working on. So from now, since convention, the following counties have been processed. Calvert has 1, Carroll has 2, Cecil has 2, Baltimore County has 1, Frederick 1, St. Mary's 1, and Washington County for a total of $9,010. So we greatly appreciate all the support moving forward. Becky has put the application on the ladies' side. She's going to work with Snyder to actually move it to the main page of the website so that people have it, and then I'm going to send it out to everybody today explaining all the changes that we've made. And we've highlighted everything so that people can see it and break it down a little bit more. So it's not just 3 pages anymore, it's now turned into 5 because we've had to add additional information to it. So it's now, we hope, a painful process.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
You're talking about the back and forth.
Yep.
Do you permit electronic signatures, or are we like MVA? It's got to be written in front.
It is an actual signature.
Has to be actual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can look at that process, but it's just them getting it to us. That's the problem. And then I can't validate that it's actually doctors signing it, or we figure out a way to make it a electronic form more than anything, but I'll look into that process.
And I'd also like to offer, if you're running into a problem with a certain case in a certain area,
Yeah.
please feel free to reach out to anyone on the executive committee if we can assist you.
Yep.
I know we've got to be careful of Privacy Act and things like that, but if we can assist, we're only assisting our members.
Yeah.
So please do that.
Yep.
Are there any other questions?
Now, our fun part.
Okay.
This is
So-
the party person.
Today, for your viewing pleasure, we have a crab picture. We are raffling it off, and I'm sure plenty of people here will buy tickets. Raffling off the red tickets, and
Find
they
crabs
will be.
from Fisherman's Inn. Sorry, Fire Marshal Jarrettsville, it's not the other place.
The tickets are $3 for $1. We also, to make sure that you're in standard with us, we have Black-Eyed Susan pins at the back table
Tomorrow.
for $5. Also, if you
$5.
have a few more dollars to spend, which we would like that too, we have lottery raffle tickets. They're $5 each. And for the executive committee members, you're the lucky people. We will be getting, or I will be getting you envelopes for your counties to take back to your associations that you're responsible for to offer the same joyous way that I do it and get $50 back from each company that you are giving these tickets to so that we can profit, okay? I am so looking forward to all of those tickets coming back because I know you guys will do a great job. Also, if you have any spare change today, we take any amounts of money. We'll take a penny to hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're all right with that, okay?
If you won the lottery, we'd like to be a beneficiary.
That would be great. We're accepting any and all donations. So look forward to that. For the lottery raffle, those are drawn at fall, spring conferences and the convention. So like she said, she's doing the applications, I'm doing the other money part. She's giving away, I'm taking it. I think that's fair. I love money. So you'll have a letter in your envelopes with your tickets, and it will explain who gets the money and who gives the money, okay? All right, and we need your help, everyone's help, even, not just these guys and ladies. We need your help behind us. We need to be profitable so that we can help members of the MSFA who need this money. Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, and by the way, on this report, my name is not Lori Dembo, it's Lori Denbo.
Malia, they took some of your time. Ladies, thank you. Thank you for bringing the joy. Board of Trustees, Terry, do you have anything?
No, Doug is laid out from knee replacement, but we don't have anything.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Mike Farlow.
I am here to serve. Any questions? I do want to make one shameless plug because I'm not above that. As many of you know, I am currently on the short list to replace a retiring judge in Ocean City District Court. If anybody is so inclined and would like to attest to my good character and legal abilities to the governor, I would be glad to supply you the contact information for that. Thank you. Yes.
Any response to our submission for Craig Matt's name?
They sent something back prior to the convention saying that they needed some amendments to it. So I changed up the documents and sent that back in and haven't heard anything since. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Parliamentarian? Did you fly in?
Never mind. I can't fly in. The president's at home in Wilmington and has the Harford County airspace closed. And I'm not happy about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
I knew that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be here. Obviously, the parliamentarians are here to serve at your discretion or when called upon by the presidents. Mr. Bush has a commitment today, and he will be here with us tomorrow. I will be excusing myself at lunchtime. It's my granddaughter's 5th birthday, and the party is at my house. And my wife was still in bed when I left. You understand. So in all seriousness, probably the parliamentarians, with all due respect to the Honorable Jerry Glaubitz, parliamentarian emeritus and his tenure in this chair, I don't think anybody has worked as hard as we did at this last convention, or the ensuing months before. Our part in that was process, right? To make sure there was a process. And we did that, as you know. We reached out to a professional and brought him in, and he was just outstanding serving this association in Ocean City. We will do the same this year. We will ensure the process when called upon. The president last year called upon us early to get that squared away, and we did so. I think we're all better educated going through this year in whatever that outcome may be. I will tell you that I did have somebody say to me, a friend, caring, that they had never quite seen me as stern as I was at the podium during new business. And I responded, well, then don't try to manipulate the delegation, because I'm not going to stand for that. This is an outstanding organization with, a long tenure of good business. And I believe part of that responsibility when called upon by the parliamentarian is to ensure that in the future. So if that was a little bit out of character for me, there are no apologies for that. That was conducting business. And I thought it was appropriate at the time, and I did not hear otherwise from the presidents. So with that, we'll look forward to serving, President Kurtz and his administration this year. I'm excited to see Steve Cox sitting in the executive committee chair, because he appointed me into that chair when he was president in the 90s, and that was just a tremendous experience. So to see him sit there, it's almost a get even. But thank you, Ben, for doing that. Are there any questions of us? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate that. One other, I added, I think it's appropriate at this time, the executive committee, I submitted a report because the executive committee did have a special committee meeting on July 10th. The executive committee met in special session to consult with our attorney and to address a personnel issue. So to make the body aware that we did have that meeting. As the president indicated, last Thursday we did meet with Senator Kagan, and I appreciate being part of that meeting. I think it was a very productive meeting. A couple things that I pointed out, and the the group agreed that we need better communication and we need to educate our people, as well as the commitment from the president and the commitment from the senator to work together to maintain those communications and go through the process and let us do the process. So that was a very productive meeting. Also, I'd like for the record to indicate I was contacted by Doug Simpkins and Robbie Blackiston, and they have been excused from today's meeting. Any questions? Moving on, we're going to move into the partner reports. And as I reported at the executive committee meeting in Ocean City on Thursday, we're moving the partners up to Saturday morning, if they can make it Saturday morning, if not Sunday morning. And the purpose is we appreciate the work that the partners do with us. We appreciate the communication and the camaraderie, but also we understand that sometimes they have busy schedules, they have other things to do, and going to extend the opportunity for them to report in the morning. If they would like to stay, they're more than welcome. They're part of us. But if they do need to leave, we understand that also. And in no particular order, going to rotate so that the same partner doesn't start off each meeting. But for this meeting, Mims, you're first up. Dr. Delbridge.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I'll try to be brief and not terribly long-winded. I think everybody has access to the written report. Just cover a couple of things. We've spoken before about the stipend for EMT students. We've spoken before. We have spoken before about the stipend for EMT students that is possible through a grant from the CDC. We're offering up to 500 students $2,000 apiece to incentivize them to continue their EMT coursework and be successful at passing the National Registry test at the end. The go-live date for that was April 1st, I believe. Everybody has to complete the process by June 30th, 2023. We've awarded about 475 of the stipends so far. About 60% of them are to MIFRE students. 30-some% are to community college students. There are a finite number who are in a volunteer academy someplace, and there are a couple of dozen students who haven't yet committed to being in place. So they've qualified, and we've earmarked a stipend for them, but they haven't actually started training yet. I think they're all scheduled to start in September. Our job now is to track those people and see if it really made a difference, if people really are continuing EMT coursework at a pace that's different than if there was no stipend available. And we're actively looking for ways to continue the funding beyond June 30th of 2023. So more to follow on that, but it seems to be going pretty well, and that's about that. Most people are familiar with the directed triage protocol that we issued more than a year ago to try to help EMS personnel identify lower acuity patients that could be taken directly to the triage space of a hospital emergency department as opposed to wait a turn for essentially their patient who's lower acuity than somebody who might already be in the waiting room for the ED staff to jockey for position and keep EMS personnel in the hospital hallway longer than they would intend to be. A caveat to that, so that's going well. We're working with hospitals to continue to get them to acknowledge that that's a responsibility and a prerogative of the EMS personnel. But we have been asked to share over the course of time the transfer of care intervals with hospitals, some hospitals on a weekly basis, and we're doing that. And there's evidence to suggest that when hospitals get that information and pay attention to it, they actually do a little bit better job of transferring care so that people aren't stuck in hospital hallways for a long time waiting to do that. We are in the process of visiting every single hospital in the state, Dr. Chismar and I. We're about a third of the way through to talk about this topic with hospital and ED leadership. Part of our visit has to do with creating a new emergency department advisory system. We've talked about that some in the past. We in theory have the capability to count patients in hospital emergency departments in real time. And if we do that and know what the capacity of the emergency department is to begin with, we can create some scoring system that is more objective than chats where hospitals are in yellow or red alert, and it's very subjective how they do that, and very variable. And so we can create a tool that EMS personnel can look to and for example, say, this hospital's at a level 2 and this hospital's at a level 4, and if I don't want to wait a long time in the emergency department when I deliver a patient, I'll go to the one that's a level 2 if that's a suitable place for the patient. And we're actively working on that and hope to have something available to pilot in real life by the end of the calendar year. And finally, COVID hasn't gone away, as you know. We continue to count COVID patients every day, and there are just shy of 600 COVID patients in the hospitals right now across the state. We have been exercising something called MEMRAD with the hospitals every day for more than the past 2 years. In theory, MEMRAD is designed to query hospitals quickly if we needed some poison antidote and wanted to know if it was available in places, or to rapidly get a pulse on capacity in a given geography of the state. We've been doing this for every day for the past 20-some months, and the hospitals respond every afternoon with the information. Now we're getting knee-deep in monkeypox. And so I thought I'd take just a second and alleviate any concerns. We have a plan with the health department if there was public safety personnel that came in contact with monkeypox and there was a concern. We have a plan with local health departments to route that person to appropriate evaluation and treatment. But really, for EMS personnel, for the average person, monkeypox shouldn't be a problem. It's only transmitted through intimate contact. So the person would have to have had prolonged contact to the patient affected, and it really shouldn't be a thing that concerns people if they're taking routine universal precautions like they ought to be doing anyway. But if anybody has questions about that, we can route them to the appropriate person. And that's all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No questions? Before you get up, I'd like to take this opportunity, if you would take it back to Dr. Chismar. I've called him several times regarding members of the association, asking for assistance. He has always, every time, taken care of our needs. I would guess that he drops what he's doing and takes care of it to make sure that our members are taken care of, regardless what the health issue is. If you would take that back to him, that we really appreciate what he does.
I would take that back to him, but I'm tired of getting messages that Dr. Chismar is great. And it is blowing up his head too bad. He's hard to live with these days. But otherwise, absolutely. And by the way, I forgot to mention, Chairman of the EMS Board, Clay Stamp, sends his regards. He was hoping to be here today but couldn't, had some conflict.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I was going to ask if you had anything. Thank you.
Thanks.
Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute, Director Cox.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll be brief with my remarks. So no changes really to the COVID vaccination and testing stuff at the university. Anybody coming to College Park still has to be vaccinated, have a booster, and wear a mask in the classroom. So hopefully that'll change with some of the latest CDC information that come out. So regional facilities, of course, are go by the local health department, and the metro academies or any of the county municipality places will go by the county rules there also. So EMT, I don't have a total picture of all the numbers from the EMT, but I'll give you what I have for FY22.
So there was 55 EMT classes that were started in FY22. It was 1,133 students enrolled. 14 of those classes have not reached the NREMT testing. Sometimes these classes will roll over. We'll still put the statistics into the FY22, even if they finish up, in September or something. Just remember the EMT classes are a bit longer than many of the other classes. That's why there's rollover with that. So, but so far it's been 529 students that have tested National Registry. First time pass rate for that was 72%. The national average is 68%. So we're well above that. And then the pass rate after the second attempt at National Registry for these MIFRE students ends up being 82%. So we don't have the third test results. I don't know why that's not on the information that we get from National Registry. So, but we do get information and are able to roll it back in there. So, but after the first or second attempt, second attempt, if somebody had to take that, it's an 82% pass rate for the MIFRE students with EMT. So our test item analysis and tablet testing program has been fully rolled out. So that test item analysis program is something that will give feedback to the students after they take a test as to what areas they did good in and what areas they did not do so well in. It'll actually list the chapters of the books of where they can go in and brush up on the information. So with this new rollout, the regional staff will be the ones that are going to actually schedule the test. The test will still be conducted by test proctors, even though they're going to be using a tablet to do that now. So we've done a significant amount of testing with it, and it seems to be going pretty well. We've worked out the bugs with that. One thing to remember, I believe I mentioned this at the last executive committee meeting, but if the classes are held at a fire station, then, or another type of hall, there needs to be Wi-Fi bandwidth there that can support up to 50 to 60 devices. So. On to the next subject, MIFRE's policies and procedures. Been a total review and updating of our policies and procedures. It's been ongoing for a few years. New testing policies are the latest thing that was done. That was to address the tablet testing and the electronic item analysis stuff that's required by Pro Board and IFSAC for those types of tests. So. The Nfpa Consolidation, I think I mentioned that at the last meeting. So Nfpa decided to consolidate all of their standards into 5 different groups. Some of them groups have over 100 documents in each group. We don't particularly care for it, but we're stuck with it, even though we did voice strong opinion ourselves, as well as the North American Fire Training directors, as to don't go down that road, please. But it is causing a substantial issue with books because the publishers can't change everything at one time, and it'll work itself out, but it'll take a while to work through it. Some of the programs that are currently in pilot going on now is EMR, Instructor 1, Instructor 2 and 3 will be coming in pilot in September. Fire Inspector 1, 2, and 3 are in pilot. Fire Officer 1 through 4 are in pilot. Marine Firefighter, Airport Firefighter, Emergency Vehicle Operator, and EMS Officer 1 are all in pilot. So those classes have been revised, stuck out, and we're doing the pilots with them now. Some of the courses that are currently being revised, according to this new grouping from NFPA, is vehicle extrication for the common vehicle, vehicle rescue for heavy vehicles, pump operator, aerial operator, incident safety officer, health and safety officer, swift water, surface water, technical rope rescue, confined space, trench rescue, and structural collapse. And then other courses that are slated for revision sometime this fiscal year will be search and rescue, hazmat awareness, ops technician and incident commander, Emergency Medical Services Officer 2, live fire instructor, Then there'll be a program for alternative fueled vehicles. Our folks are trying to consolidate all the different new vehicles with alternative fuels. And then some de-escalation training for the EMS fire rescue groups. Instructor certification stuff is going along well. I'll give you the numbers from the last MICRB meeting in a minute, but I do just update you guys as to the issue we had when we updated the Instructor 2 and 3 programs. There is some discrepancies between the 2012 and the 2019 editions of the NFPA 1041 standard that conflicted with the COMAR regulations. Each of you know the COMAR regulations, or the orange book, which we refer to as instructors, is the Bible that we all operate by. So the current edition of the COMAR regulation says that, you know, all instructors have to meet chapters 1 through 6. The new standard that came out with NFPA has changed things, and it's actually going to be chapters 1 through 5 to meet instructor level 2. That's what the emergency services instructor, the orange book, or the COMAR regulations here in the state addresses. Our folks have been kind of spoiled in the past here in the state of Maryland, because when they took the instructor training program through MIFRE, they would actually get Instructor 3 certification to go along with it. It wasn't needed, but they got it. It was great. It's a good bonus. However, there's been significant changes to that in this latest edition of the NFPA. So Chapter 6 actually covers Instructor 3. We've made a decision to break the class apart. Instead of it just being Instructor 2 and they get an Instructor 2 and 3 certification with it, an additional 12 hours of instruction and another class will be added, and that will be Instructor 3, and that will be to address Chapter 6 of the new standard. So we did work with MIFRE Tech. I want to thank Chairman Jerome for helping us out with this, but we've sent a letter to them back in May, met with them in June, and then I did speak with Chairman Jerome the other day from MIFRE Tech. He's, the AAG had a couple questions from the Maryland Higher Education Commission, so those changes should be made. So there'll be no difference for anyone who wants the Instructor 3. MIFRE is still going to offer that. It's just going to be a separate class. It will follow the Instructor 2 classes, but some folks may not want the Level 3 instructor. And basically, by looking at the new standard, that's really for just like managing instructors, people that run training academies and things. And the best example I can give you is that in Instructor 2, you know, you're required to create a lesson plan, and for, you know, a class. In Instructor 3, they're requiring you to develop all the lesson plans for an entire program. So it's a big difference, and we know that there's a I don't want to say a shortage of instructors, but the instructors in our state right now are tremendously busy. Just about every one of the career departments in the state is hiring and running back-to-back recruit classes, not counting all of the volunteer training in the state that we're doing. So we're even at times having an issue getting instructors, because most of the people that teach for us full-time worked in many of these departments, but they're getting detailed to their training academies and having to put time in there, and you know, they're just wore out, and sometimes they're not available for us to teach. So we want to make sure that the instructors get trained and that it doesn't create no problems going down the road, and the Level 3 will still be available to the folks that want it. So ATRA site visits is the next issue. The National Pro Board visit and IFSAC, both of them will be out next year. They never came on the same year, but due to COVID and things being postponed, we're going to get both of the accrediting agencies who are going to come and visit Maryland, go through all of our stuff. And along with that means that they'll be visiting 2 of the local jurisdictions, ATRAs. That's something they've always done, so they'll be out to visit that. We will start in September sending our folks out to the local ATRAs around the state to go through everything with them, make sure everything's in order. We'll get that done by January or February before the folks come out in March, April, May, somewhere around there to visit with us. So there's some new professional development that's coming out. Some of it is specifically geared toward the EMT instructors, and there's a lot of new EMS equipment we have acquired. So our folks will be out to do that on a regional basis to get that training on a new equipment done, which will be a big help for the EMR, EMT programs. Piercing View testing centers, again, our testing centers continue to operate, and we've had about 2,500 tests completed in our testing centers since the inception, and that was of great help to you all in the MSFA and MIMS. We went down, got a supplemental budget a few years ago to try to keep those classes together to make sure. I remember years ago, if you all will recall, we had problems getting people to go take the test. They couldn't get into any of the testing centers. So they've been able to get in, and it's really been a smooth process, to be honest with you. The folks are in, they're out, things are scheduled, no problems, no hangups. So our One Capital project in Western Maryland is ongoing. That is scheduled to be done in the spring of 2023, and it is on time. It may even be finished just a smidge early. So, Instructor Skills, I want to remind you all, since we are in a little bit of a crunch with instructors, please take this back to your local companies and your local jurisdictions, that anyone who is interested in being an instructor, we are actively recruiting for them. So if they're 21 years of age, they have 3 years of experience in the field that they want to teach, and they're in good standing with their department or sponsoring agency, then tell them to contact us. The skills program for this, there's a pre-skills and then a skills. We've changed that around, and we bring that out locally now. We will come to the local jurisdiction to do that, or one of our training centers in the local regions. There's no sense in dragging everybody into College Park and folks having to travel long distances or get hotel rooms to be able to do that. So, and we'll take all we can get. And while we're on the subject of instructors, the second quarter of the MICRB meeting was held back on July 20th, and the new numbers for instructors around the state is 783 instructors, 18 instructor trainers, and 261 instructor evaluators. So last but not least, I did want to mention that I was contacted by Senator Van Hollen's office the other day, and we were notified that we are going to receive another about a $500,000 grant for the state fire training academies to be used for equipment. So that's how we've been able to keep up with things over the past few years. I believe this is the seventh or eighth year. Dave Lewis, do you know?
Flip a coin.
Yeah, I think it's the 7th or 8th year that we've received that grant, so it's pretty lucky.
We are the only state that has received it every year.
Yeah, so we're pretty lucky that we've gotten that, and that's been a significant infusion. You know, that's $3.5 million worth of equipment we've been able to encumber over that time period. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll address any questions anybody has.
Any questions? Buddy.
Thank you for that detailed report.
Oh, my pleasure.
You mentioned about all these classes that you're reviewing. So you're going to change some of the criteria of the classes?
It depends on what the new standard says, and that's exactly what happened with the instructor standard. We had to revise that to ensure we complied with the standard. So,
right, and I support all that. So, are we going to continue to let the classes run until the new syllabus is put together?
Yes.
So, in the case of PEEF, that got changed, and then we were told not to teach that anymore.
No, you can, well, PEEF we put on hold for a while, and it had to be revised. That program was not up to date, and it didn't cover the specific objectives of the program. So That's ready. It's been released. You all will be able to teach that. There was some discussion we had at MIFRE is that if you look at the OSHA standards and you look at some of the requirements of the local jurisdictions, it's really not needed to take hazmat technician program. However, they're really not getting respiratory protection training in the hazmat technician program. So we have went back, we've beat this around a lot. And quite frankly, my job is to put the training out there for you guys. It's not my job to tell you, your individual departments or jurisdiction, what you guys want to teach your people. So no, the it's PPE and SCBA now is what it's called. So that was revised. It's now a 12-hour program instead of 6 to meet the standard that's out there, but it's available for you all. And I have a staff meeting on Monday, and I will make sure that that's been kicked out to everybody. Should have been out, right? Isn't it, Steve?
It's out.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
there you
It's
go.
out.
I'm teaching one next week in Frederick.
There you go. Good. So it's out, it's available, and it will stay for any jurisdiction that wants it.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Maryland Department of Emergency Management, Secretary Strickland and Terry Thompson.
Good morning. The secretary, there he is. I'll open the floor for him for his
Terry, you're at a disadvantage. I saw him come in.
I snuck in the back door.
Yeah.
Well, first off, I'm going to ask Terry to give our official departmental report, but I wanted to stop by this morning, one, because you're in my backyard, two, because my schedule got rearranged for the weekend. Secondly, don't anybody come near me. The doc was talking about monkeypox. There's also hand, mouth, and foot disease running around, and I've got a grandson that's got it. So, and I babysat him last night and this morning, so I'll keep my distance. I won't touch you. Yeah, right. So with that, it really is nice to be with you all. Again, you all know that my beginnings are with the Maryland Fire Service in Singerly and Elkton, and have grown up and have been very, very dedicated to the fire service, and in turn have learned tremendously from the fire service. The position I'm in now is exciting, interesting. We have evolved from an agency under the military department, as you all are aware, and became a department in October of 2021, and that's been exciting. Exciting from pain in the back to really, really nice being able to have total control over some things that you didn't have any control over in the past. It's been a learning curve. We're working our way through it. Just with the normal state processes and all, it really took until this year of July for our budget to kind of catch up with the needs that we had to become a department. So we're implementing a lot of that, which is basically all administrative matters. You all should really see no change from the delivery of services that we give to the local jurisdictions and to the state agencies before, during, and after disasters. And that's what we're focused on. And at the same time, we've been very, very fortunate with the legislature the last couple of years, one that brought us together as a department, particularly with the 911 board, which I think is actually a perfect marriage of service to the local jurisdictions, but several other duties and responsibilities that the department has picked up, and really kind of kicking emergency management into the next level. So if there's a next gen 911, there's a next gen emergency management. And today, particularly because of a small law that was passed in 2002 called the Homeland Security Act, where emergency management was basically assigned an all hazards approach. And I don't think we had any idea in the world what all hazard approach meant. And today, all hazard approach has taken us into areas of disaster management, crisis management that we have never ever in the past experienced. And of course, you all are well aware of COVID, have been very actively involved in COVID. We're actively involved while COVID was hot. It's kind of simmered down a little bit right now, but it's not gone. But it was a lot of coordination and effort that went on with state agencies and local jurisdictions to help us survive as we went through all of that. And it was unique in the sense that from a disaster management perspective, we depend upon other states and the federal government to support us at the time of a disaster. Well, when the whole nation has COVID, there's no cavalry coming. And it was really the people of the state of Maryland that stood up and took care of the people of the state of Maryland. So a special thanks to you all for what you did through all of that. And I'll just close out with what I probably should have started with, and that is greetings from the governor. He is well aware of what you all do, as well as the entire cabinet is well aware of what you all do, and the legislature. And we know that we would not have the services in the state of Maryland if it was not for the organization and the system of the fire service in the state. So we extend to all of you a very special thanks for what it is you do each and every day. And I'll be here for a few minutes for questions. I'd ask Terry to give our official report, and we can go from there.
Terry, before you go, just want to make a comment that Secretary Strickland's always looking out for the fire service. I did receive communication from him. I don't know if you want to say anything about our discussion. Don will be here tomorrow. I did talk to him and all, but if you want to say anything about that.
Along that line, what Steve's talking about is something I was not aware of at all, but I guess through the ARPA money and some of the other COVID-related money that has come down through the feds to the states, there is money available for training, and that training is available really to the fire rescue EMS services, that anything that may cost you all to take, particularly like paramedic training or something like that, there have been local boards set up throughout the state that, through the community college system, I believe, that can help you with that. Dan, and I'm going to mess up his last name, Schuckenberger, who was Cecil County's administrator for a while, but is working out of Chesapeake College in Y Mills, shared with me yesterday that this is available. He would like to share that information with you all. He'll be here tomorrow. And then I asked him, too, to make sure he has a list of who his counterparts are in the other regions of the state. So, again, it's an opportunity that your members, again, because you may have sent them to training, which might have been a training that had a cost to it, here's an opportunity to get that reimbursed. And again, I'll let him go through all of that. And then it may also be something, too, that I think we kind of push them toward MIFRE if there's something that they can do in a cooperative effort there, too. So, an opportunity. Thank you.
And one more before you leave. Do you want to say anything about the IMT?
Sure. How long do you have? Nah.
Well, since Madam President didn't take her 30 minutes, go ahead.
So I got 29 minutes? Is that what you're telling me? All right. Incident management team in the state. All right. 2-second or 30-second history of that is it was basically formulated out of the Baltimore Urban Area Security Initiative. That's basically the 7 jurisdictions that are around Baltimore City, funded by the Homeland Security Grant Program as well as the Urban Area Security Initiative Grant Program, all Homeland Security focused. As time went on, they basically formed and started back in the early 2000s, along with what would have been an urban search and rescue team, Maryland Task Force 2 at the same time. Well, as things evolved and the money went down, obviously there was no sustainment to both of those programs. With that, the Urban Area Security Initiative Program, the equipment and all was divided up amongst the jurisdictions of that Baltimore region, and then they, through mutual aid, worked together to handle really basically that task. The incident management team, though, held on for quite a few years, up until maybe the last 4 or 5 years, when that grant program dropped drastically. Okay, so with it dropping drastically, it was about ready to go away. And with that, there were a few folks that came together and said, you know, what is it we can do to salvage it, save it, because it can be utilized. And the point of the matter is, it is focused on what would be a level 3 team within the state, so it's a regional type team, but it's not only available for incidents and crisis, it's available for events. And that's what really has kind of kept it together. Since then, it has been picked up as really a cooperative amongst the 26 jurisdictions in the state, emergency management jurisdictions in the state, where they contribute about 80% of the budget to operate it, and then the state contributes about 20% to operate it. All of the personnel who are involved with it today are there on behalf of the organization that sponsors them. So there are basically no personnel costs, except for a full-time coordinator and a couple part-time deputy coordinators who worked it, handle basically the administrative ends, the training, as well as the logistics. And two kind of special shout-outs on the logistics. Anne Arundel County and Howard County in particular both handle the bulk of the logistics, which came out again, the Baltimore Urban Area Security Initiative, where there was a tractor trailer and equipment and things like that. So that is still being maintained. Well, with that cooperative, it has grown to about 180 members. And that 180 members also includes individuals from state agencies as well as from the local jurisdictions. The whole concept there was that those from the state agencies were individuals that we could grab quickly and put on the street at 2 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon, and then would be able to backfill into the system quickly with the folks from the local jurisdiction. And that has actually worked fairly well with several incidents throughout the state. We're kind of getting to the next step of the IMT. And with that is the fact that everyone involved says the IMT needs to have a permanent home and not necessarily be a cooperative. And the permanent home that everyone has identified is the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, which I do not argue in any way, shape, or form. If you look across the nation, many of the state IMTs are focused there. What I have asked is that we continue as a cooperative until we have a legislative mandate that says to the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, you now are responsible for the statewide coordination of an IMT. And then that way I have a little bit more support legally, binding, to get a budget. So that's basically where we are right now, is we're in the process of, through cooperation with the Fire and Rescue Institute, we're going to be hiring a new coordinator for the program. And again, it's not me. I'm 20% of a 100% operation that is the local jurisdictions and the state. And then we do hope to see someone propose legislation this coming session that will create an incident management team legally through the code adoption in the state, and then we can kind of keep moving forward with that program. But right now, it's alive and well. You know, again, it got a lot of kudos and press out of the unfortunate situation in Baltimore City, where literally every fire station and EMS company was backfilled through mutual aid and through the Maryland Interstate Emergency Management Assistance Compact. The IMT was in the middle of all of that, helping Baltimore City through that really lousy event that they had. But again, it's a thriving team. It's available to each of your jurisdictions, particularly through your local emergency manager. So when you need it, please call it. You don't have to have 50 people, a tractor trailer, and whatever. If you need 3 people, you can get that. So that's the way it's really set up to function, as based upon what the needs are. Did that hit it? Are there any questions on that?
Thank you. Any questions? Terry, if you would proceed, please.
Thank you. No. We submitted our report electronically. There's a couple things I'd like to highlight. One is our Deputy Executive Director, Chaz Evie, has been selected to be one of the first participants in the new FEMA exchange program. I guess he's been down there for about a month. He'll be down there to the end of the year. That's quite an honor for us to be. I think there was four of them, and Chaz was selected. And they're down there to implement programs to deliver disaster recovery assistance to survivors and communities. So he's still around. You see him on email once in a while, but if you need anything, you can reach out to, I'm sure, Russ or myself. The Chief Development Officer is closely coordinating the FIRA with the local jurisdictions. For who have not met her, it's Anna Sierra. She's from down on the shore. She was the emergency manager in Caroline County before coming on board and becoming the Chief Development Officer. So if you hear from her, please please cooperate. Mdml has applied for.
You can call us whatever you want.
Just send the money.
Just for the record, yeah.
Mdml has applied for a federal regional catastrophic preparedness grant for the Delmarva Peninsula. We haven't heard back from that, but if we do get that, we'll be working with emergency officials in 13 counties from Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. We'll be working with the state of Delaware and the state of Virginia. So we will keep you posted on that. Preparedness, we just completed, I guess a couple months ago, went through a federal exercise with Peach Bottom. Now that's been concluded. We're working now on the next one, which will be for Calvert Cliff. It's a nuclear power plant down at Lusby, and they've been doing some dress rehearsals with that. We got Fleet Week coming up in Baltimore City. That's going to be the 7th to the 13th of September. That's an activity between the Navy, the state of Maryland, and Baltimore City to showcase naval vessels from around the world. So we're involved with that. This month is Preparedness Month, or no, September is Preparedness Month. So our Public Relations Office will be doing a lot on preparedness. They've already started on the Facebook pages and putting things out for that. Hazard mitigation. This Baltimore City got a large grant for their Gateway project, and the Army Corps of Engineers has developed a $188 million plan to help protect the two tunnels, Fort McHenry Tunnel and Baltimore Tunnel that could run under the river, that for protection with that. Non-governmental services. The director of that, Allegra, left. She has gone to an international company. She will be working out of Italy. She's originally from Italy. So we're in the process of getting a replacement for her. As Russ said, nothing's changed in the finance department. Scott Gordon's still there. I hope he got the information that you got the other day that you asked. And all it is if you cannot get Scott, pick up the phone, call me. I can get with Scott, and we can make it work. And as Russ said, we've got the 911 board now, and we welcome them. And I just think that, and I think Russ would agree, Annapolis is going to be interesting this year. But we're going to be there. So if anybody's got any questions, that's a quick overlook.
Any questions?
Yeah, Steve, there is one other thing I would like to mention, because Terry mentioned about the projects in Baltimore City. Through the Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities program, where mitigation has been absolutely, I will use the term, flooded with money on a national basis. And the first year of that, we were extremely lucky and fortunate with a competitive grant that's valued at about $47 million for the city of Baltimore in the Middle Branch area, right there where Harborview Hospital and all is. So we're actually doing a press conference with that tomorrow morning with Baltimore City and FEMA. But immediately following that is something that I do believe is of extreme importance to every jurisdiction in the state. And that is that we were charged by the legislature this past year to conduct a summer study on creation of a disaster relief fund. And that is the culmination to me of people coming together with problems and challenges during crisis that we don't necessarily have the resources for. FEMA can come in at certain thresholds and do a presidential declaration, and we receive funding to help people and also repair infrastructure. But there's a gap between what that threshold is and what the local jurisdiction may have. And I can go through examples statewide in the last 2 years. Closest here is Cecil County. The county you're in Harford County, twice has met their local threshold, but we were not able to meet a state threshold. Annapolis and Anne Arundel, both with a tornado in this past year, where what's happening is, and then we go to Smith Island here most recently, Crisfield, Dorchester County, where its individual assistance is not available. Or what is available is a small business administration loan that really is of no value to the folks because they can't pay for it. So we need a stopgap, and this is the first step with legislation that would create a fund that would ultimately, with rules and requirements around it, but would be money available, one, to help people immediately, and two, help counties and jurisdictions who do not necessarily have the finances to take care of a crisis or disaster after it occurs, and we're not able to get a federal declaration. So that's big. That really is very, very big. You'll be hearing more about that as we go through the summer study, which will go into the fall, and then ultimately back to the legislature, where hopefully we'll see legislation this coming session on that. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Department of Natural Resources, Forestry, Chris Robertson.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll start by bringing greetings from Chris Robertson. Chris is our state fire supervisor. He just got back from a 3-week fire assignment in Texas last night, so I'll pinch hit for him today. My name's Chris Smith. I'm one of our fire managers. I cover Central and Eastern Maryland, and appreciate you guys meeting here in Jarrettsville, since it was only a 10-minute ride for me this morning. So thank you. As far as wildfires go, so far as of August 16th, this year we've had 101 wildfires burning 2,847 acres. We've done 83, us and partner agencies have done 83 prescribed burns for a total of 8,676 acres, and those are mostly for hazard reduction and resource management and things like that. As far as our agency's personnel and staffing, we've had quite a few retirements over the last couple of years. Fortunately, we're in a good place where the state's been able to backfill a lot of those vacancies, and There's still a few lingering out there, but we're going down that road and having a lot of success backfilling positions. The most notable was our state forester director. Don Van Hassen retired in 2019, and that position's been vacant since. We've had 2 associate directors that have been rotating in and out on that, and they've recently interviewed, so we're optimistic that maybe we'll get somebody in there permanently here in the near future. Let's see. Part of legislation in 2021 was an initiative to plant 5 million trees in the state of Maryland over the next 10 years. There were 13 positions tied to that, so we're in the process of working on filling those positions now as well. As far as our fire staff goes, most of you know Randy Camp retired from Western Region the end of last year. We've had some success in filling positions. So Shannon Wolf, who was working on fire staff in Southern Maryland, has moved into that fire manager position. And we've now backfilled Shannon's position with Derek Albers. Derek has been a ranger on the Eastern Shore for close to 30 years. So Derek's going to be in charge of the volunteer fire assistant grants and the federal excess property. So as far as our fire staff goes, we're actually at full staffing and doing well. Excuse me. Along the lines with the volunteer fire assistance grant, applications have been received and have been ranked. Excuse me. This is a 50-50 match grant. We've got about $137,000 to distribute out to the applicants. Should be getting word on applications that were successful in the next few weeks. I think by mid-September they're hoping to get that information out. As far as training goes, we're fortunate here in Maryland. We get to host the Mid-Atlantic Wildland Fire Training Academy up at Garrett College. It's an effort by all the Mid-Atlantic states to kind of come together, and instead of everybody doing individual trainings, we come together and put this academy on. We presented 6 virtual courses and 9 in-person courses, including the basic wildland fire class, back June 6th through the 10th. Again, it's up in Garrett College, and it's a great partnership with them up there, and a lot of success. Along the lines with all of our turnover, we're going to be holding our basic forest warden training. Last time we held it was in 2019, and since then we've got 25 more people that need it. So gives you an idea of the influx of new folks we have. It'll be a week-long class the last week of September down at Warwick Community College on the shore. We'll provide, it's a training for our staff where we get them up to speed on Forest Service laws and regulations, law enforcement that we do, as well as emergency vehicle operations and interacting with partner agencies, landowners, and the public and stuff like that. So lots of training going on. We also will be hosting the fall, or the basic wildland fire classes, be a fall offering. Probably going to be the second week of October. We're going to nail that down this week, but it'll be held here in Harford County, down around Aberdeen. Once we get that nailed down, we'll get a training announcement out to everybody. As far as our fleet and heavy equipment goes, we were able to purchase 6 heavy-duty 1-ton trucks that will be put in service as Type 6 engines or brush units for our staff. They're currently being outfitted and should be in service in the near future. We did get an influx of money last year. Our fleet has some issues, but we did get an influx of cash last year where we were able to purchase 35 new vehicles. That order's been placed. We're just waiting for them to start coming in. So looking forward to that. We are beginning the process. Every 5 years we'll work on replacing some of our heavy fire equipment, and we're beginning the process now. This year purchasing a transport and a bulldozer, and next year will be most likely another transport. So that process is ongoing. And then last year, probably around September, we put in an order for an F550 chassis to build a heavy Type 6 engine. Just got an email that said that truck is scheduled to be built this September, so I guess a year's not bad. As far as our interagency wildfire support, it's been a busy season so far. We've got single resources, engines and dozers and hand crews in 9 states. Most recently, a hand crew came back from 2 weeks in Idaho, and we've got two bulldozers and an engine helping Texas with initial attack right now. Last thing, and not least, is the Federal Excess Program, FEPP and FFP. Those programs are doing well and are great resources for us and supporting you all with getting equipment and things like that. If you guys have any needs or anything we can support you through that program, please let us know. That's all I have.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Office of the Fire Marshal Jarrettsville. Also, State Fire Prevention coming up.
Well, good morning, everybody. Mr. President, it's good to see you back wherever you went. Glad you're doing well. We're going to start out just as a reminder, the Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference is coming up next month. Please sign up. We'd like to have everybody there. Got a lot of good programs this year, and hopefully we'll see everybody. With regards to the EMFRS reports, again, people are behind. To date, the following counties are in compliance and can receive their 508 funding. That's Calvert County, Carroll County, Hartford, Washington, Anne Arundel, Baltimore, and Frederick. Everybody else owes us reports, and I would hope that Terry holds the money from those other counties that haven't complied yet as of July. So, it's in the statute. It's they got to do it. To get the money, they got to give us the reports. So if you want to know what departments, I got a list with me. It's also on our website. It's just every year it gets worse and worse. So I'd appreciate it if you would talk to your member companies out there and make sure they are filing their reports in a timely manner. To date, you have my report. Fortunately, we're at 39 fire fatalities across the state, not 37 as noted. And that's from the two fire fatalities we just had in the past 2 weeks have moved us up. So we're in pretty good shape with the number-wise. Obviously, we still have 5 deaths that are pending in the med examiner's office. And so that'll kick the numbers up. But obviously, we're getting into colder weather, as you all well know. Bill Giles, who was an inspector up here for many, many years in Hartford County, as most of you all know, retired at the end of April. He had 27 years of service and over 40,000 inspections under his belt. Amazing numbers for him. So we wish him well in his retirement. Most of you know that Deputy Chief Mowbray out of our Western region has now been appointed as our Chief Deputy and is the second in command for the agency. So down at the convention, we recognized the Deputy State Fire Marshals of the Year, Rocky Reed out of our Western region, Kirby Travers from the Lower Shore, Josh Matthews from Southern, Pete Rea from Northeast, and Brad Childers from the Upper Shore, and Dale Ednock from the Bomb Squad. And as most of you saw, that this year's James C. Robinson Award for Deputy of the Year went to Rocky Reed from Western. So community risk reduction, as we partnered with Delaware, we were at the race back in April at Monster Mile and partnered with Delaware and our partners up there, of course, in community outreach. The 2021 numbers for the state, there was 12,324 fires reported. Out of those, 5,067 were structure fires. There were 87 civilian fire injuries, which was a 20% decrease over the 109 as reported in 2020. There's 63 fire service injuries and 6 line of duty deaths last year in 2021. 5 deaths were COVID related, and the other was a fire death on the fire ground. Estimated property damage loss was about $129 million and change. So,
Also, based on the 2021 EMFRS data, smoke alarms operated in 561 incidents and alerted the occupants in 428 of those incidents. Sprinklers were present in 169 incidents and operated effectively in 50 of those. So the smoke alarms and sprinklers are still saving lives here in the state of Maryland, which is a good thing. Provided a lot of community outreach. I won't go into all the things we did in May, but a lot of things are celebrated in May. Arson Awareness Week, Home Fire Sprinkler Week, a few other things that we did in May also. Also, National Police Week, in which we honor those that have lost their lives in law enforcement, including our own Deputy Chief Sandra Cohen. So, Bomb Squad personnel took some training at BWI with staff, so they continue to do that. Also, just to let you know, we've taken all the Bomb Squad responsibilities in Baltimore City. The Bomb Squad there has kind of gone defunct, and we're handling the response well, but struggling with all the events that we have to cover. So that's all the baseball games, all the football games. We have Fleet Week coming in. We are struggling with that a little bit, but we are managing it, and obviously relying on the other squads throughout the state to help us with that. We do have 5 deputies in line to go to bomb school. So we're just waiting to get hearing back from them, from the FBI, to get them down to Huntsville and get them in this training. But that'll be over a period of time before we get those 5 new folks up and running. 4th of July was fairly quiet this year. I didn't get a lot of information back from local jurisdictions. I was only made aware of a couple injuries, 9 fires with a dollar loss of about $24,000, and really no issues with any of the public fireworks displays. Second quarter numbers for us, the engineering section reviewed 897 plans. They're currently at a backlog of about 189 plans at this time. There were a total of 188 investigations, 135 of those were fire related, 39 explosive, and 18 other. 12 criminal cases were closed by arrest, with a total of 32 individuals being arrested, and about 3,100 inspections were conducted during the second quarter. And on the last page, just a lot of community outreach. You see a lot of photos there. We've been out in the community, pushing the message, pushing the fire prevention message out there, and making sure, and obviously down in Ocean City. So, also it was done electronically. You should have gotten a copy of the 2021 fire death report, so you all should have that as well. And Mr. Chairman, that'll complete my report for today.
Any questions for the fire marshal? Thank you. I hope I pronounce it correctly.
Don't worry about it.
Mr. Totterman?
Yeah, Ed Totterman. Mr. Chairman, members of the Executive Committee, the State Fire Prevention Commission continues to function and fulfill its duties and responsibilities. As Fire Marshal Garassi touched on, the delinquency in submitting 2021 fire incident reports, I just want to remind that not only does the Fire Marshal rely on those statistics, but the State Fire Prevention Commission relies heavily on them as well. And when this was first brought to our attention, one of the commissioners on the commission immediately stated, well, that means we are not receiving accurate information. And she was basically 100% correct. So anyway, the commission held its most recent meeting this past Thursday. Actually, it was 2 meetings. The first meeting was a regular meeting of the commission itself to deal with old and new business that come before us. It was very much uneventful. However, the second meeting was to receive information and suggestions, recommendations from the general public with regard to the adoption of the 2021 edition of the Nfpa Fire Prevention Code and the NFPA 2021 edition of the Life Safety Code. I reported to you back at the Bowley's Quarters meeting several months ago that was in progress. The progress is still continuing. At this past Thursday's meeting, no verbal suggestions or complaints were received, and prior to that, during the period of receipt of written suggestions, only one recommendation was made. It was from an out-of-state elevator contractor. We turned that suggestion over to the State Department of Labor and Licensing. They oversee elevators and compliance with the elevator standards throughout the state. Their chief elevator inspector came back in total disagreement with the suggestion that we had received. At this past Thursday's meeting, the commission was stopped by law from voting to proceed on the adoption of the code. It's a 15-day requirement in the state law that we receive the comments, but we do not vote until at least 15 days after those verbal comments are received. So on that 15th day after that this past Thursday's meeting, we will have a vote, and I'm projecting at this point the State Fire Marshal's Office had recommended a formal in effect adoption date of October the 1st of this year. Late yesterday, the commission secretary got back to me and said, that's not going to work. I don't have enough time because of all the statutory regulations, the republication in the Maryland Register, and et cetera. And so, in all probability, assuming that the commission votes to move forward with the 2021 edition, that I am estimating, and it's an estimate at this time only, that November the 1st of this year will be the effective date in which the new code would take effect. So, are there any questions for me? I'm happy to entertain any of them.
Any questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
From Maryland Aviation Command, Sergeant Technaki. Is that anywhere close?
Close.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant Brooke Tognacci from Aviation Command here on behalf of Major Tagliaferri, who was unfortunately unable to attend. First topic as far as personnel for the Aviation Command, we're currently hiring trooper medics, pilots, and aviation maintenance technicians. Anyone interested in applying for any of these positions should contact our recruitment and selection unit on the State Police website. We have 3 trooper medics just completed command level rescue technician training, and we're cleared to begin covering crew shifts. We have 3 additional trooper medics in the last stages of their rescue training with an expected release date later this fall. We have 5 trooper medics who graduated in the last 2 academy classes and are completing their law enforcement field training, and they'll be transferred to Aviation Command in January of 2023 to begin their rescue technician training. We have 2 candidates currently in the MSP Academy class, which started in June. The Aviation Command hired 1 pilot second in command and 1 maintenance technician back on June 29th. We currently have 16 helicopter line pilot vacancies, and we're actively recruiting to fill both pilot in command and second in command vacancies. As far as aircraft maintenance is concerned, we have one aircraft undergoing a 2-year, 600-hour inspection at McCare Aviation in Pennsylvania. It's due to return in the end of August, end of this month. We have an aircraft undergoing a 1-year, 300-hour inspection at Sterling Helicopter in Pennsylvania, also estimated to return at the end of this month. And we have an aircraft undergoing a 1-year heavy inspection at the Augusta Westland Philadelphia Corporation in Pennsylvania with estimated return in November. The remaining AW-139s are assigned to the 7 sections throughout the state. Some ongoing projects. We have the whole blood program. We have plans underway to develop a program to carry whole blood on our aircraft in the near future. Discussions are ongoing with our EMS and trauma center partners to establish a supply of whole blood and procedures for use and distribution. We have contracted a vendor to construct a hoist training platform at our training facility in Martin State Airport. The platform will be used by trooper medics to conduct hoist training evolutions while on land to improve proficiency and reduce training time, flight time on our aircraft. The frame has been completed for the platform. So we're searching for a spare hoist to be used for that platform, but that project is moving forward. Some mission data so far this year. I'll give you Trooper 1 statistics since we're in their area of responsibility. We've completed 147 EMS missions with 85.9 hours of flight time, 23 law enforcement missions with 19.5 hours of flight time, 26 search and rescue missions with 18.4 hours of flight time, 9 pilot training evaluations with 11.3 hours of flight time, and 103 other training missions completed with 63.8 hours of flight time. Some notable events. Several sections throughout the state participated in the National Night Out events on August 2nd. Trooper 1 responded to Meadow Park in Elkton and the Harford County Equestrian Center in Bel Air. All the aircraft remained in service during the events, and the events were staggered between the sections to ensure no break in helicopter coverage was had throughout the state. As far as our EMS partners and our 911 centers, we're encouraging them when appropriate to utilize early activation protocols when commuting with SysCom. This provides the fastest helicopter response for the appropriate patients. Early activations followed by in-flight cancellation gives us small blocks of time that is required for currency training, and that can be done on the way back to the base. It also reduces response times. It's an efficient method to conduct required pilot and aircrew training as opposed to scheduling separate training flights. We'd like to reinforce the concept that if there's a need, SysCom is a central repository for requests and takes the necessary steps to provide an aircraft. The location and dispatch status of our aircraft remains fluid. The system is designed with overlapping primary and secondary areas of responsibility. In the event that the Aviation Command is unable to respond, the duty officer at SysCom will make the appropriate notifications and requests to our allied and commercial assets. And we'd also like to remind to make requests based upon need, not the perceived weather conditions. We are able to conduct instrument flights to trauma centers. During instrument weather conditions near the trauma site, the crews will work with ground providers to determine if a suitable pickup location is nearby. And weather conditions at this destination hospitals are considered by our crews, and the IFR weather criteria is designed to provide reasonable assurance that upon accepting a flight, weather conditions will remain such that the flight will be safely completed. We thank you for support on these issues, and that's all I have if you have any questions.
Any questions for the Sergeant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our Adam Shock Triama. Becky Gilmore.
Good morning. I did submit my report electronically, so hopefully everybody has a copy, but I will hit on some of the highlights for you.
You may need to speak right into the mic, please.
Is that better?
I don't see anybody saying anything from the back, so go ahead.
Okay, I will try and speak up a little. Okay, so as I say, we submitted it electronically, so hopefully you all have a copy of that, but I will just hit on a couple of the highlights. We are looking at our close of FY22 data right here, so this is where we were for the entire year. We can see across the year, every quarter, we were a little down on our admissions, and we finished the year actually 1,063 admissions behind where we were in FY21. We also saw decreases of patients coming into our critical care resuscitation unit. They were negative 302, and also the lung rescue unit was also down by 15 patients. If we look at the lost inter-hospital transfers, again, we did see an increase of these. They were 89 ahead of where they were in FY21. Most of the inter-hospital transfers that we received were from non-trauma centers, which was 81% of our transfers. And overall, we received 282 less transfers in than we received in other years. You will also notice that we did have a little spike in our capacity hours. This was kind of in the months where we had a high proportion of COVID patients. We've been working very diligently to try and get those hours down and have done pretty well in the last few months. If we look at our actual length of stay, so we can see that throughout the year, our actual length of stay actually ran a little higher than we were anticipating. It was higher than budget, and this was accounted for by an increase in acuity that we saw in most of our patient population. So they did end up staying longer, with a variance of 1.6 extra days that they ended up staying with us. Our OR volumes were behind a little bit where they were previously, which of course is linked in with the less patients that we were seeing. They were behind by 258, and also our clinic volume dropped by 727. Our hyperbaric chamber dives did increase, so as they managed to get back to pre-pandemic standards, they were up by 1,052 dives from where they were in FY21. Most of these were from outpatient dives, and they were up by 1,116 from where they were in FY21. Shock trauma Go Team activations. Throughout the year, we had 9 requests for Go Team activations. 8 of these were for MVCs, and 1 of them was for an entrapment. And these were located pretty much throughout the state, as you can see there. 7 of the requests were cancelled. The 2 that were deployed, 1 of them went to Charles County for a motor vehicle collision. That patient was eventually transported to shock trauma. And the other one was also for a motor vehicle collision, and that was in Baltimore City, and also transported to shock trauma. Our organ donation and tissue program continues. We are just 1% behind our goal at 74% from January through June. We did celebrate Donation Life Month in April, and we have various activities with staff, patients, and visitors throughout the medical center. Our Global Outreach Trauma Observation Program is also restarted. We're getting back towards our post-pandemic numbers from that. We have seen observers from North America, South America, the Middle East, Europe, Asia, and the Pacific region. 9 of these were observing with our nursing team, 15 with our orthopedic physicians, and 29 with our trauma team physicians. So we had an increase in 17 observers throughout the year for a total of 51. And as I say, that continues to increase. Our Center for Injury Prevention and Policy, a lot of these events are still online, but we are beginning to be able to transition these back to live events. We had a total of 115 events with 6,303 attendees. One of the areas that we are concentrating on at the minute is the Stop the Bleed campaign, and we have had quite a lot of recent events with Stop the Bleed and that seems to be progressing very positively. Our EMS Outreach and Education, also we are beginning to get back to pre-pandemic levels on that. We have had 2 evening broadcasts, EMS broadcasts, which were both very well attended, and we have planning for a 3rd coming up. Observation programs, we have had 84 students rotate through the trauma resuscitation unit and the critical care units. Also participants in difficult airway course, the trauma-based airway management course, ALS refreshers and skills updates, and also tours of VMS students coming through the Shock Trauma Center. Finally, we have our Shock Trauma Celebration coming up. This is replacing what previously was known as the Shock Trauma Gala. It's later in the year. We still will be highlighting a patient who had a miraculous recovery from that was following through the field through discharge. But this year also we're concentrating on celebrating Dr. Scalea's 25 years at the Shock Trauma Center. So it's really a celebration for him. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any partners that I've missed? Okay. Hearing none. Oh, there you are. You were hiding behind Buddy. Let's go ahead and do legislative branch.
Sure.
Ben, we'll start off with Legislative Committee. Don't shake your head no.
If we could have Bob, Teresa, Bob Cumberland, Mark Bilger, Frank Underwood come up. Mark, you can come forward too.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm making a motion.
Okay, no problem. As everyone's coming forward, I just want to briefly say I'm not going to interject with their reports, but it's a pleasure of working with the Legislative Committee and Bob Phillips as the chair. Teresa, as she's moving forward on the name change, I appreciate everything that you have done and continue to do. Working with Bob Cumberland as we do the out-of-state events is always a pleasure. He keeps me up to date of our out-of-state conventions, and it's always a pleasure of working with Bob on that. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, I turn it over to the Legislative Committee Chair, Bob Phillips.
Good morning. President Kurtz, Vice President Smothers and Carey, Executive Committee members, MSFA members, and guests. I did file a report. I hope it made it. Not sure. But just some of the highlights from it. We've been busy. I'm being distracted.
You got confused, Teresa.
Very sorry. We have been busy. Since the session closed, it never ends. Anybody that's been in Annapolis knows this, and I have found it out to a degree I did not know was actually obtainable. During the summer, just recently, a delegate contacted our committee and asked for some help to gather information. Again, she's trying to find funds to help the volunteer fire service. In this particular case, second sets of turnout gear for all the volunteers in the state. At this time, we are gathering information from her. We've had one meeting. We'll have another meeting later on this month. In September, the Legislative Committee will be meeting with the presidents so that we can start the process of getting the agenda put together for the upcoming session. Contact has been made with some of the members of the legislature already. Some items that were left over from last year we didn't get quite finished. we're already working with them to put together an agenda this year, trying to figure out, what happened last year and what can we do better this year to get the agenda items passed throughout the legislature. You'll hear a report from the name change subcommittee. It's had one meeting so far, and Teresa will have a report on that. But just this past Thursday, I think the president touched on it and the chairman. We did have a meeting with Senator Kagan about the name change. Just a few words on that. In my opinion, I think it was a very positive meeting. It was a very candid meeting. Ideas were exchanged in some ways that we didn't do as well as we could have last year. And I say we, that was on all parties. It wasn't just one party. As far as I'm concerned, the best thing that came out of it was that we have to work together. Cannot work against each other and cannot be negative in any type of way. If you have, like this association has many of partners, we gain together, we win together. And if we lose, we all lose together. And I think that's one of the main things that came out of this meeting. One of the last things I have here, it's been reported before, I will state it again, that the Legislative Committee has made arrangements to have a reception this year. It'll be January the 24th. It'll be held at the Calvert House from 1700 to 1900 hours that evening. It's not where we've had it in the past. That room's not available to us. And we were very, very lucky and fortunate to get the Calvert House to put this on for us. There's more expense to it, but they made a very good deal for the MSFA and gave us a very good contract on that. This concludes my part of the report, and I'll entertain any questions. It'll be 1700 to 1900, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, sir.
Are there any questions? Okay.
Let them go. I'm going to go last.
Bob, you.
Okay, on the federal side, first of all, I'd like to apologize to the secretary for not getting my report in until like Wednesday or Thursday. But I was trying to stay up on federal legislation, especially the fire station construction grant, which Van Hollen and Carden put in. Everybody should have got a copy of those reports. I would hope they did. Like I said, I submitted them electronically. The bills that we really are following right now are working with our partners in Washington are Senate Bill 4517, which is Fire Station Improvement Act. That bill expands the eligibility use of the Firefighter Assistance Grant Program to cover repairs, modifications, and improvements to fire stations. That goes back to the grant program probably five years or better. They had a construction grant program in the AFG program before. So that bill sort of brings that back into that. The other one is House Bill 3728, which was introduced last year by Delegate Pasquale from New Jersey. And that bill is for firefighter station construction grant. And that sort of ties into the bill that Van Hollen introduced in the Senate just in August the 1st. And that bill is Senate Bill 4690. And right now we only have one co-sponsor, and that's Ben Carden. So we got, I'll be working with Cumberland Valley and our partners in the other states to try to get their delegates to sign on as co-sponsors. We need to get some more co-sponsors on that bill. I have copies of the bills. I didn't put that in my report because they're pretty long bill copies, but I have copies. Anybody wants to see what's written up on them. The other bill is, the next bill is this House Bill 7077, empowering the U.S. Fire Administration This bill authorizes U.S. Fire Administration to conduct on-site investigation of major fires and other fires under other specific circumstances. So they will also be working with our local jurisdictions to do that. And the last bill under federal legislation right now is House Bill 7981, Public and Federal Assisted Housing Safety Program. And what that bill does is requires federal assisted housing, and for other purposes, the bill requires each unit of federal assisted housing to contain hardwire or tamper-resistant battery-powered smoke detectors. This bill also requires the Department of Housing and Urban Development to complete a national campaign to educate the general public about health and safety requirements and how to properly use safety features in housing. That goes on. That bill ties into the unfortunate happenings that happened in New York and Philadelphia. They're working on trying to get smoke alarms in all those type of buildings. So,
is it not only the smoke alarms, but also the electric bikes that they're having problems with the lithium batteries in the federal housing? Is that being tied in also? Because I think it's like 20 different deaths in New York City alone from the lithium batteries. That's the same one? Okay.
Yeah, that includes hardwire or tamper-free, which would be the 10-year life expectancy, lithium batteries. So that's a major bill because, unfortunately, fire deaths in the United States is way up. We're up almost to 4,300 people so far this year have been killed in fires in the United States. So those are the major bills that we've been following. I've been working with our partners in Washington on. Any question? Thank you.
Anything on federal legislation questions? You want to do out of state? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Bob, one of the things what you made mention, I know when Eric went to West Virginia and Skip and Kate went to Virginia with Frank, is a lot of the other states are not aware of that $1 billion bill, and we have to get that out. And I'm hoping, like you said, Cumberland Valley, NVFC, we need to get the word out about this bill.
Right.
Because it just seems like here, us in Maryland, we're aware of it because the word got out, but beyond our state, no one knows.
Right, over the Labor Day weekend and after, I'll be in Western Pennsylvania for a couple events, and I'll have some of our friends from West Virginia where I'll be attending, so I will be talking to them to get their senators to co-sign on to this bill.
I'm going to echo those sentiments because when I was out in West Virginia, that was the first time they ever heard it.
Right.
And I'm like, you got to talk to Senator Manchin and your folks, so I don't know how we're hearing about it, but the other states are not yet, so.
We have a caring senator.
Yeah.
So we have a caring senator.
Yeah. Probably one of the people you may have met in West Virginia, Randy James, is really heavy into their legislation in Charleston, and I will be meeting with him right before Labor Day. So I'll get him and get him the information. And, yeah. And I think we also need to get our NVFC partners involved in this. Dave, I know, can talk to a lot of those people. They have directors in every state, so we need to get them to work on this bill also. And I will be in contact with people in Pennsylvania. Mr. Fire Marshal?
Go to the mic, please.
Those issues obviously were surfaced when we had the President's Council just 2 weeks ago, and I will make sure through our director's list that information gets out through the NVSC channels, and obviously Cumberland Valley is easy for me because I'm the first vice president now of Cumberland Valley, so we'll get that out.
Make it damn nice count. Yeah.
Fire Marshal.
I mean, it's a crucial need. I mean, I think when you look at the money that's going to be coming behind this year after year, there's not really any one department that could not benefit from this, and folks, we just got to get the word out. So.
Yeah, excuse me just a minute. Both of those bills, the House bill and Senate bill, has in there that $1 billion will be there until it is expended. I think, Ben, you had said something about Cardin, or Van Hollen said they were request $1 billion each year for that bill. It wasn't written that way.
They said it'll be revolving. It's not just a flash in the pan,
Right.
one year thing. That's
Right.
That's what they said at the press conference.
Right, and that's what's in the
See if they
bill.
speak with forked tongue or not, I don't know, but no, Dave, you're so true that at the President's Council at Cumberland Valley, when I reported on behalf of the MSFA and gave the report on the $1 billion, I had, after my report, representations from Virginia to come up and ask me additional information. So it's to Dave, to you as first vice, and to Bob, thank Cumberland Valley, because I think we got the word out to at least those who attended that convention in Williamsport.
Right, and I'll be in touch with the first vice president of the Virginia Chiefs Association to get them in contact. He and I are pretty good friends.
Fire Marshal.
There's one more bill we want you to take a look at and pay attention to, and that's funding for existing high-rise residential structures. Congressman Pasquarello is the sponsor of that bill. We would like you to follow that and help us with that. We have probably over 100 existing high-rise residential structures here in the state, most in Montgomery County and Prince George's and Baltimore County. And we're in the process right now, working with all three counties. We've put all those structures on notice that they need to be sprinklered. So we got some pushback, but we can get this bill through. Obviously, that pushback will probably go away because they'll have funding to put these systems in the buildings to protect not only the occupants who are currently, living in place. I mean, these are older structures with older folks living in them. And they're not moving out. So there's probably some hoarding issues, and obviously there's issues for the fire service, obviously, to protect our folks as well. So if you could look at that bill, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, give me a number or somebody finish.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Send me an email.
Thank you.
We'll get them on it.
Any other discussion on federal legislation?
I've had discussion with Bart Kennedy actually just yesterday. One of the ones that I've been working on started at House Resolution 1480 and has been extended to Senate Bill 2700. It's called the HERO Act, and it's very important. Some of what we're doing, the initiatives in the whole mental wellness arena, requires the federal government to actually collect some statistics. If you're familiar, if you've heard me talk, nobody collects statistics on fire and EMS or law enforcement or any first responder suicides, except for Jeff Dill. Jeff Dill did it soon after Katrina, and he's really kind of the resident source for that information. This puts the impetus back on the federal government, as well as providing some resources to increase the awareness, support behind peer support programs and whatnot. And so it's very important. And so I've asked Bart to, and certainly we'll follow it up with the Senator Van Hollen as well, to get, now that it's over on the Senate side, it's past the House side, it's over in the Senate side, to kind of put, I would ask that he co-sponsor that, and I'm working with Bart on that, because those are very important to the mental wellness issues that we're trying to do nationally.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Just to tie in with what Dave was saying, I contacted Bart because I wanted him to come to the executive committee meeting this weekend. Unfortunately, Bart came down with COVID, so keep him in his prayers. But he was going to be here and give us another explanation, a better explanation on the $1 billion bill that Van Hollen and Cardin had submitted. But unfortunately, he says I'm positive, came down positive today with COVID, and that was yesterday when I called him.
When I talked to him yesterday, one of the lead things he wants to make sure he gets the data, and I think we're kind of leading the front for getting some data, at least from Maryland.
Anything else on federal legislation? Out-of-state coordinator?
Yeah, while Dave's here and Frank both, Dave attended the New York FASNY's convention. I don't know if he has anything to report on that. He was our representative up there. So, Dave?
Well, we certainly congratulate New York. It was their 150th anniversary, so as you expect, they rolled out the red carpet. They were in Tarrytown, about 45 minutes north of New York City. I can tell you that they did it on an estate property there, so it was kind of limited availability of hotel rooms there, but there were hotels nearby where most of us stayed. They put on an excellent production, including at one point they did a cruise around the harbor down in Manhattan, and I can tell you the political pull that FASNY has. We left Tarrytown, which is about a 45-minute drive down the New York State Thruway, with about a 10 or 12 bus convoy, because there were about 650 of us going on this dinner cruise. And we had a 10 or 12 bus convoy that was under police escort the entire way, and basically shut the freeway down to let the fire service through. And they tipped that off Saturday with a big parade through downtown Tarrytown. Basically shut the town down for the day. And at the end of the night, the Tappan Zee Bridge was lit up in red in honor of FASNY. I estimate that they probably spent $1 million on their convention. And I heard it from a good authority that their budget was 1.2, so I wasn't very far off. So when you have the financial support, you have the political support, they did it, and we certainly congratulate them on 150 years. So the next 2 years convention moves to Niagara Falls. So for us out-of-state coordinators, good deal. Their state convention typically moves to whoever will be the president, and so in the northern region, upstate northern region, up around the Niagara Falls is where the incoming president will be. So the next 2 years we'll be up at Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Dave. Frank or Kate or Skip have anything to report on the Virginia convention? They were our representatives down there.
We went down. Skip, me, and Kate went down to Virginia. Skip did well. All he said was, I asked what I'm supposed to do, and they said, listen to Frank. So I had fun with him for 2 days. They should have never told you that, but we had fun. Unfortunately, their amount of people there this year was down to about a third of what it usually is. Next year, they're moving it from August till September on the third week, which is probably going to coincide with maybe three other conventions. They have a tree service down there. What they do is they dedicate a tree every year to some fire person. And up until now, they've always put the tree at the local firehouse where that representative was from. They have come across the thing now with the Veterans Administration that they are going to plant those trees in veteran cemeteries throughout the state of Maryland. So they have found a spot at every cemetery there. State of Virginia, I'm sorry. Commonwealth, yeah, they're what I tell you.
The Commonwealth.
But they were all excited about that because they will have a spot at their veteran cemeteries to plant these trees, and that is their state tree. So we had a pretty good time. I said next year they're moving it till September. We still will be at Hampton Roads. The following year we'll be back down to Virginia Beach on the EMS side of the convention. So that wraps me up. You want 17 State Circle while I'm here?
Well, let me finish.
Let him finish.
There's food in a little bit.
Eric's report was given. You have anything else to add to West Virginia? Unfortunately, these three states all met on the same days. Yeah. So that's why we were spread up. You have anything else to add?
Well, I mean, go to the bike, yeah. No, I think like ours was to Ocean City, attendance was down, so I think because of travel costs and stuff, but we're certainly one of the largest outside of New York that we go to. And the best that we can do is continue to support the associations and help them. You've already mentioned the hot topics, and we just need to follow up with them.
Thank you, Eric. Yep. Take the battery out. Come on, BG&E.
Bob, now that we've taken the mic away from Frank, go ahead.
Okay. The other thing, key thing I want to do is thank Ben for getting all our partners to be at the Cumberland Valley Convention. We had good representation there. I think there was only 2 of our partners that couldn't make it, and that is great. And I'm sure all those partners were able to interact with all our other state people and gave great report. Yeah. Well, thank you all for that. In my report that I filed electronically, I have the dates of Cumberland Valley Convention for 2023 is August 2nd to the 5th. West Virginia's is August 9th to the 12th. FASNY's is August 9th to the 12th, 2023. And Virginia is September 20th to the 23rd, 2023. We'll be going to Delaware on September the 13th to the 16th. Ben's already sent out a request or have sent invites for our people who will be going there. And we'll have about 17 people attending Delaware's luncheon and memorial service on that Friday, which is the 16th. And Pennsylvania has joined, Pennsylvania State Firemen's Association of Pennsylvania has joined with the Pennsylvania Fire EMS or Emergency Services Institute, and they're going to hold a combined conference this year, and that will be in Harrisburg, October 20th to the 22nd. Other than that, unless you have some questions, that's everything from the out-of-state.
Anything for the out-of-state coordinator? Okay. Fire law books?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Provided a written report. As discussed, we continue to work through the process. We're waiting for the adoption of the State Fire Prevention Code, which you heard today from the chairman, that probably will not be happening until November. We're also waiting for the election, November the 8th, before we produce the book. I've reached out to the printer. I have a new contact there. The other individual retired. Unfortunately, she's off this week. I'm waiting to hear back as far as some type of price increase. Last year, the board approved $40,000 for the project, and I'm sure the price has gone up with things going on. I'm also trying to establish if there's going to be a problem as far as paper shortage and producing the books. As you remember, our goal was to have the books produced in time for the legislative session, that they could be handed out in January. So work continues on that. Finally, I was told by Ron Sarnicki that there is no longer space at the Crofton office to have the books delivered there and stored as it was done previously. So we have to find a new location once we get the books ordered to where they will be delivered to. And then from there, the books would be divvied up and then distributed at the first available opportunity. That's all I have unless there are questions.
Any questions for fire laws book? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Frank, I guess we'll give you a mic again.
All right. Nope. There we go. We have a new soap opera called The Lease Goes On. We are now in our 3rd year of trying to renew the lease due to COVID, and nobody's ever in the office. We did make contact a couple of weeks ago. The Attorney General now wanted a copy of the insurance policy, which we've never had to produce before. And I want to thank Chip there for jumping right on that, and he very soon learned about the mass confusion you can have from the Maryland state government, believe me. So Chip jumped in, we got the insurance stuff, we sent it back to the lady. It has to go back to the Attorney General's office. Once they sign off on it, they give it to us, and then we sign off on it. Then it has to go to the Board of Public Works now during an election year to get approved. It is a 5-year lease. It's supposed to have started the 1st of July of this year. So the lease goes on. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Frank? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Teresa, you want to go ahead and start on to the name change?
Okay, here we go. So the committee met in Annapolis, and we discussed the voting results from convention and see how we could gain information and support data to effectively investigate the process of the request. In an effort to collect data and seek information to best support our membership, a survey approach we feel is needed. We worked from member input and came up with the following survey that will be sent out to the membership. I'm actually have it working on the computer right now. I'm making finalized changes to it. It's going to be a Google Doc survey. We looked at SurveyMonkey, but they wanted $2,700, and I said no. I thought that was just a little crazy. Yeah. So Google Docs is free, and I can see the same stuff as if it was coming through that other survey agency, so it'll work out well. During the meeting, we thought of a tiered survey, so it'd be if you answered one question, it would direct you to another section. So we are going to go off with everyone will answer the first question, and that will be the format for you to go for the following. So if you voted yes for the name change, you'll answer questions 4 and 5. If you voted no for the name change, you will answer only 2 and 3. And then we ask everyone to answer several other questions in the lower part, because we would like to see a town hall meeting outside of the aspect of being in a convention setting, where we could get some location, bring people together that are interested, invested in to help support or find a name that is suitable. We broke it down that the following people will be voting. Every member has a right to vote on this aspect, so we thought the past presidents, because they receive a ballot, the chairman of delegates to ensure that every department of the association has a voice, and a member is allowed to voice their concerns. So the first question is, did you vote yes or no for the actual name change? Yes, you'll go to the following questions. If you voted no for the name change, the possible reasons why: should it not change, should not change, outside influences, and names do not appeal to me. I've added something else to the not applicable. Question 3, do you have an additional name that you would like to ask the task force to review? The ability to add a name if they chose to submit. Question 4, if you answered yes, please answer the following. Which name did you choose? Did you choose the association's name, the Firefighters Association, the Fire and EMS Association, or the Volunteer Fire Rescue and EMS Association? And then we asked a simple question, why? We want to know what their feelings are, so that's the only one, or a couple that you'll be able to actually physically fill in something. Another question would be, would you participate in the town hall meeting? That gives a process, and it gives them the ability to speak their concerns. And then we added a member section. The member section would be that person that did not vote in Ocean City, and still gives them the voice. So they would answer the following 3 sections. I'm not a past president or a chairman of delegates, but I wish to vote and submit the following. Yes, I agree in the name change. No, I do not agree in a name change. And then section 7 is please state why you feel, and that gives them the ability to answer the questions, and we can collect that data. And then number 8 would please state why you feel that the name change must not change. We want to know what they're feeling. We want them to be able to voice their concerns. And then another question is, do you have a name that you would like to introduce as an option, giving them, again, that ability to do such. After all the questions are asked and answered for the respective segments, they are then allowed to submit an email. We will not ask for emails if they do not want an email. I don't gather that information because I don't want someone to feel like they're being pressured into the ability to stay nameless in a sense. So as long as they add their email, that gives us the right to say who's applied for this. And it also gives them the ability to show, you know, I feel a part of something. We want to be able to express their concerns and thoughts. This is where their only information will be gathered, and we would not know who is returning the information, as we feel will allow a member to the ability to freely speak without feeling that they will be questioned. The thought process of this approach is actually to see how our memberships feel and allowing them to voice their concerns. We know that by allowing us the ability to seek the proper information and understanding, we will approach this in a very important issue. We know that hearing from many that they felt that the outside influences were the problem, and that they also felt that there wasn't enough time to understand how the process was taking place. We also know that moving forward, we hope to take their information and format the next response to the presidents and the executive members, convey the proper information, and not go off topic on the information. We also felt that we prepare a statement. The document, it was not used at all. So the last time we prepared a document, it was 3 pages long. It was cut down, and I don't think anybody ever used it. And that's not what that committee was asked to do. We created a document. We felt that it was important to use that document, and then we found out that the document wasn't even issued out. So that was a little sting on that end. But you know, we're trying to do our very best to ensure that everybody's voice is heard. But to actively do something, we ask that from now on, when we produce the document, that's the documents to be used. We have noted that today we will release a document at the request of the committee submitted. So what my process is, I'm going to have a couple more eyes. I'm sending it to the committee members to look at the document, allowing them to see things, and at lunchtime you can come back to my computer and I can show you how I collect the data. I've done a couple of test things so it flows freely, so you can actually see the different things. And then ultimately we're allowed to go back to the senator and say, look, this is what we're doing. This is what we're actively allowing our membership to feel a part of. And I think that's what was missed also. And then we ask that the task force be given the ability to work and find resolution. We also feel that we know that time is important, that we again strive to request that no name change be submitted to the bylaws committee for review until we are allowed to complete our task. We are asking the membership to allow this process to take place and not try to push an agenda that is going against what we are trying to strive towards. I know that's harsh words, but at this point in time, you got to let this committee do our jobs. You got to let us to have the time, the ability to move forward and seek any type of resolvement to get and gain the knowledge that we need from our members, allowing them the voice to come forward. So we're asking that once we release this, it'll be by September 5th. And within a couple of days, once we start looking at all the information, we will create a report and we will ask for a special executive meeting so that we can bring the results to you all, if that's feasible and allowed.
Any questions? Jim?
Teresa, you say you're going to keep the survey open until September 5th?
Yeah, they'll be able to vote, so to work with Kate to get all that out there. So
is that going to give us enough time?
I think so, yes.
This is August 20th, right?
Yeah.
September 5th?
Yeah.
I don't have a meeting with Allegheny Garrett until after that.
So what do you want me to do?
I mean, I'm just saying, I may not be the only one sitting here, but I mean, how are we going to be able to get the information
I just came up with
out?
September 5th as like, you know, a date. I'm just
asking.
You tell me the dates you want and I will make it happen.
Kate, would you go to the mic, please?
I see what he's saying, the time frame. So do you all think that we should keep it open for at least a month long, up until like November 1st? Or October? Whatever you want, we're there for you.
Teresa, I don't think it should go that long because then it just gets convoluted. But I do think we need to at least allow for a whole month so all of the associations have the opportunity to meet with, you know, and discuss it so they can And it just gives them the information.
Sure.
So September 30th, in, my opinion, that gives the whole month.
Is September 30th okay with everybody?
Yes. Also, Teresa, a question on the using Google Docs.
Yeah, Google Docs.
Is that going to work for everybody? Because I know I've been on committees where they've used Google Docs, and because of the limitation of access and who you got to get permissions and all, is that somehow overcome so you don't have to have a permission to get into Google Docs? And set it up?
I made it so you don't have to, and I used it on Hotmail, and I used it on my state account just to see how it would work, and I had no problems with it.
Okay, good. That was my only concern.
That
with
was my
Google
other
Docs.
concern, because we knew that from the previous, there were some carriers that, because of spam issues, blocked people from voting, and that's a concern of this committee also. So I do know that that is available. There's a way you can switch it on so that it allows other people to use it, and I made sure I hit that button.
Buddy?
Teresa, thank you for all your work. This wasn't easy. Last year, we went through a lot of conversation.
Yeah.
We value your decisions and some of your points that you bring to our attention. Thank you. Do you have a feeling why it didn't pass last year?
I honestly feel outside influences did not. I do know, and I'm going to say it this way, and this is my big Shirley hat now. This is what I'm going to say. I heard a lot of people get very upset when the chiefs came into their respective caucuses, and then also that when they were walking through the convention, they were slapping stuff on them, and when they realized what was going on, it was almost like, you know what, don't do that. And some people said absolutely not, and I think that's reason some of it. And then even Senator Kagan said that's probably her fault.
Yep. She was one of them doing that.
Yeah.
So this approach that we're taking this year is probably the right
Buddy,
approach.
can you?
It's probably the right approach. Keep up the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buddy, one other thing that did come up. Can I respond to Buddy's question?
Go ahead.
One of the other things that came up was the ballot process and a very confusing nature from that. If you could take muddy water and make it worse, a lot of people thought it was worse. And that was some of the feedback that we've also gotten.
Vice President.
Teresa, I just have one question, who's getting the ballot? So you got past president, chairman of the delegates, and member.
It's open to the membership.
It's it's open to everyone.
Yep.
So I just want to make that clear that
We are
that's
making
what's
that
happening.
very clear that the voice of the member is going to be heard. Because I can, let's just say I don't like something, but my membership has told me to vote one way, and I get to Ocean City, and we know it's changed in Ocean City. That person does not convey the importance of what that membership wants. So that's why we opened it to them for that reason.
Well, I understand that, and then when we get to Ocean City, I think we need to make sure that the folks that are going to vote, that they have emails that actually work, and that was. Well, we know about the carrier issue now, but again, the folks that are voting, they need to be able to receive their email on whatever device that they have, or be able to. And we'll have the computers like we did before, but we'll expand the number that we had going into Ocean City. That they need to be able to get to their email to get it, and that was well, part of it was an IT issue, and as we go forward, I'd really like to try to have our folks kind of beta test this before we get to the ocean and not have this issue come up again. And so we need to do that, a month out or so, just some random question to make sure that people are getting their stuff, because that was a huge issue, and we need to put a cork in that bottle too. Okay. I appreciate what the committee does. This is not an easy task, as we said before, and we understand the process that happened last year, and the senator certainly didn't help matters none. And I think when President Kurtz and the group met, she understood that she didn't help. That was not helpful.
Kate.
Just so just so everyone's aware, the convention committee is meeting to look at some type of different voting platform rather than what we used last year. I mean, it will still be through emails, but there's a really kind of intense vetting thing that they do test the emails prior to even getting to the beach. So I think we're on that path. Ron's already put that in his report for tomorrow. But just so everybody knows, just because we're on the topic of it today, there already is talk about using a different platform, which I think is, from what I understand, it seems to be a pretty decent platform. And Richard did just mention that the MSFA does have a SurveyMonkey account, so we may be able to use that. But I think from the Google Forms that we've been looking at to answer Chip's question, it doesn't look like you need access or permission to view it. So,
Any other discussion? Randy?
Yeah, our Southern Maryland meeting is the last Monday in September.
So
26th.
September 30th sounds like a good date. Okay. Make it midnight, September 30th.
Okay, I can do that. But I just want you all to know that, we'll do our very, very best for this association. And I know that everybody has an opinion, and that's allowed, but you gotta let us do our job and not try to circumvent what we're trying to do. I've talked to the parliamentarians. It's nice to have Penny Bush in the same office, and I sat and I listened, try to understand, because I got confused, because at one point in time, I thought we were doing one thing, and then all of a sudden it changed. And I think confusion was a big issue. And we did not get to vet the emails like we usually do. Dennis and I usually get that prior to convention, and we didn't get that. And I think that had an issue also. But we will try our very, very best to give you the best results that we possibly can. There might be a name out there that we don't even know about, or a thought process about. But you know what? I look at all the different letterheads that are out there. This is what everybody's worried about, this seal. And that seal's not going to go away. That's not going anywhere. A name doesn't mean anything. It's about what you give back to your community and what you give back to this state. And when the president's asked for help, we should all be standing up. When we ask for help in Annapolis, for the fire marshal or any other group that comes before us, we should have droves of people in that position. Droves of people in Annapolis. Not even having the ability to put other people in the gallery because we have so many people out there. But times and times and times we just beg and ask and no one shows up. So please, be a part of this process, I ask, and allow us to use the ability to do what we need to do. And that's a big show so far.
Yes, Steve.
Yes,
For a
President
second.
Mattingly.
Southern Maryland, we don't meet until the last Monday of September. So we wouldn't even have time to disseminate the information. I mean, I know you're on fast track, but don't rush it so much that you can't get good response from everybody that's involved. But I mean, if we meet on the last Monday of September, we'll just be getting this information out to our people.
All right, well, we'll figure a date out. We'll look at all the association dates. We'll be the best thing. I know a lot of people are starting to have conventions and stuff like that in the lighter parts. I know that some of the counties have already had their convention where a mass amount of people will be. But we will ensure that this is out there. Through social media, through texting, whatever we can do to get the message out, we will. But I don't want to rush it either. And I think everybody's voice is important.
Why don't we look at a date and make sure that we announce it, and I'll make sure that I get it out to the executive committee.
Yep.
Sound good?
And then at lunchtime and during the day, everybody can see what we've actually created, so that you all can see the flow, and then you can actually see the analytics behind it, so that you can see how it's formatted.
Okay. Any other discussion? Again, this is a very important topic. and it's going to be imperative that we as executive committee members take it back to our associations and we go back in a united front. I think last year we ran into some issues where we took a vote and not everybody followed the direction of that vote. We have to be united. Okay, anything else from the legislative group? Hearing none, we're going to break for lunch. I'll ask the chief chaplain to come up, but just before you do, we're going to draw a ticket.
Could you draw a ticket for me, sir? Please? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for your donation. The winner gets $200. The winning number is 439-637. 439-637.
Past President Mattingly.
Mr. Mattingly. All right.
Okay, can we have your attention for the chief chaplain?
Please join me in prayer. Fine. Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, as we take this time to fellowship with each other and break bread, Father, we ask that you bless those who have prepared it and have this meal bless our bodies as we continue to serve you. We ask this all in your name. Amen.
Amen.
We'll come back together in about an hour.
I wanted to see how many experiences I have on that. Everybody's Googling that right now. It's the most. They know where I'm going. I can just see that now. They could pronounce. I'll show you something that I did just to show you. It's not going down anywhere. Okay. You look at it and find it. I'll find you when I find you.
Was all that crack in a bad speaker somewhere?
No, it's...
That must be on our good side.
All right, so which one's making all the viewing?
No, it could be anyone that wasn't viewed in the tower or low in those.
How are you, Teresa? I gotta watch my sodium intake, so that's why. Oh, no problem. Yeah, it just I had a bunch of medications my previous cardiologist put me on, and it created fluid retention. Yeah. So I was like the Pillsbury Doughboy. So. Yes, me too. Unfortunately, I was in for my birthday. Yeah. Okay.
And so you said yes. Hey, I like that, all your history in there. That's well done, well done. There's shadow boxes, is that what you call that? Yeah, they're nice. All right,
Okay. Yeah, you better go.
You should Ron will be here tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
On that show, I'm still learning. So whether you have me assign that to executive people assigned to the different committee, so then what I just
As
have
branch
to-
director,
Yeah.
you just sit there and you say, the convention committee does such a great job, and now I'm turning it over to Ron Sarnicki and his co-chairs. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's all I did last year when
Okay.
I had it.
Yeah.
But they wanted me, when I moved up to president, they said, you need to be the branch director of the legislative.
Right.
I'd rather be on the committee or convention committee because I'm so used to being on convention stuff, you know. But they said, oh, I said, okay, I'm putting Randy then on the convention side.
Yeah, because I was trying to get up, you know, like I told you, I was trying to get off some of that stuff with doing so much. My wife told me, you know, because I do so much.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to worry about it. Isn't that you got to attend it per se. It's just
No,
as
no,
a branch director.
that part's fine. Whatever. But my other thing was, I said I'd rather, before all that happened, I said I'd rather stay as the vice chair or whatever like that, and let him really put somebody else in Danny Davis' spot. And then, you know, with me being the executive committee stuff, you know, that's what the decision I had come to. And then when I got that thing that me and Joe was sitting there and and he showed me that thing, I said, I can't even get away with it.
Nope.
They got me strapped by the ankle.
Welcome to the world, Randy.
Glad you feeling better though. I didn't know you were sick.
It was just fluid retention.
I got it.
not what you say to counsel, what you don't say. Does that tell you enough? Put you up to that.
Joe? Big Joe?
Oh my.
I've been talking to his daughter.
Oh, he's a hell of a good guy, let me tell you.
Just talking to her. And I was up there the other day, and he about knocked me down getting on the car for 80 years old.
I said, next year I'm 70, that's it.
Oh, hell, you're just a kid, you know. I don't know what that department's going to do.
Oh, he's it. He's Hank Driver.
He does it. He was outside still working. A little bit I've been up there. I think it was like oh my gosh. They were wrapping a Polaris off now. Imagine that kitchen all the time.
Kitchen fire truck. I think it's tracked for a
while back.
Oh, back years ago. Oh, Joe's a great guy. He's top notch.
And also wanted to let you know that me and Tom Cohen speaking about the next office. Do you know that Harlan civilian? Oh, my God. Yeah. Anyhow. I said, you're hiring? I said, yeah, we're hiring civilian. I said, when you get ready, somebody's the right place. Career and volunteer side by side. I understand. We're hiring somebody. Budget submission, they are.
I'd heard about that. Yeah. I don't think the reports are that the out ain't not. Well, they don't need to hold that up. Oh, it will be. It will be. It's out online. I heard they were holding on to their budget. I heard it wasn't out yet because they wanted the wave. I guess a lot of it was involved in they had They can't change it. I don't know. Like I said, I've kind of stayed back on all that stuff. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You know, because I said something about Jimmy again the other day. He said, you know, you got to report to Charlie.
Jimmy. Hey, see you later. Sure you don't want lunch? No, thank you. Okay. Heading back to Happy Days or down?
I got to go to Baltimore for my nephew's graduation.
Oh, okay. See you. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, you're welcome tomorrow to stop by if you want.
I got
Oh yeah.
Thanks anyhow, Ben. I got family in town from
Gotcha.
North Carolina. And I got them.
Out of state, yep.
I don't know. Maybe Tom's in the spot. But when I interviewed with Fox and said, he told me that assistant was going to volunteer to do it, was going to come over and teach or push out the McDonald's. I don't know why that's not happening with politics.
That I don't either because he actually he does some actual teaching.
Yeah.
He does that.
Yeah, he's been involved.
Yeah, he has a little brother. Him and RJ.
Okay.
So I don't know. So when I'm going to look into it.
We'll call you.
I hadn't heard that.
I don't think there should be anything.
Oh, well.
So far, yeah.
Like I said, I've tried to ease back. I've had my time there. I don't want to be. There are a couple things I jumped on the case about.
I heard this backstory behind that.
I'm not going there.
Last I heard is Jefferson County, West Virginia, has the director. Yeah.
So she can send a Facebook thing out.
It's got to be a rough job. Unless it's 747 job, could happen. No, you got it's a lifetime big deal. There you go.
309. 8256. Yeah, also have a second. There we go. 443.
Okay. I'm not sure which is which. Amy voted.
Yep. Sounds good. Yeah, man.
I was thinking. How's that station 29 doing? They're running. I know. They're running.
It was just almost too much to shut the station down. You know what I mean? Just going back was not that much. Gotcha.
I told Ron Block, we need to start looking at places okay. that we're using. Right. You'll notice that we always have to bring somebody else's trailer. And that's because let's get the proper trailer. Let's get the right one. You know, he's going to say something today when everything that we need. That's under presidential vehicles. Eugene, 75.
I'm good. How about you?
got 10 minutes, or do you want to do it later? Okay.
Which way do we get to it?
Huh?
Which way do I get to it?
See you, Ben. Hey, I've been good with Jimmy. Are you trying to get rid of your,
Yeah. Well, I got frisbees, that's all I got left to do. But I ran out of damn floppy hats. Did you ever get a floppy? You want a floppy hat?
Sure.
The problem was, they were handing them out.
Out
front.
Yeah.
And I said, we gotta keep when you're nominated.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow. They were born.
See ya. See ya.
Damn, ripping apart. That's right.
We're gonna get our little book. Hey.
Now, he's got a book.
The other one can't.
Right there.
Hey, how are you, sir? I'm doing well. Oh, wow.
There you go, Joel.
If I can have your attention, we're going to get started in about 5 minutes.
One for Stacy. Hang on. There we go.
Sharon, get one from here.
I don't know. But I'm not sure what. Would you like a hat?
I would love a hat.
You want a hat? We ran out of these fuckers. They're great for going and shit, you know? Eric, did you get one?
I need one.
You need an extra?
Yeah, my brother.
Skip, did you need one for your dome? I don't know, you better put one for that.
I got something coming, but mine wasn't working.
You're really trying to push it way back.
Yes, you went out in the bay, huh?
Yeah, what's up? Oh, yeah, I know.
How you doing, bro?
Good, how you doing?
Great. Here you go, put your name in the rig?
Yep.
Now for it?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. On Wednesday?
Yep.
Okay, y'all down in the rig.
I'm good all day. I never been Very good. There you go. It was all about. Up and running. Yeah, exactly. I do, yeah.
I was over there. About the third one in charge.
I got on my computer. I think I went right.
Okay. How many?
I told her I would be Are you feeling better?
Yep.
Executive Committee, if you'll return to your seats.
Thank you very much. She has one.
One of those that work fine in South
Those two. Who are we missing? Tim.
It already fell us apart.
Yes.
You
ready?
I told Skip to come back there.
We're going to resume our meeting. We're going to move into the financial, but we're going to go straight to VCAF first. Chairman, I'll let you call the companies up as you're bringing them on.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. VCAF met on the 7th of August. You should have all received a report from as a result of our meeting. We
hold up 1 minute. If you're going to have a conversation, would you please go out in the hallway? Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. As I said, we met on the 7th of August at Odenton. We had 5 applications. We reviewed 5 applications and approved 5 applications, some with modifications. So the first one I want to bring up is Thermont.
Representatives from Thermont, please come forward.
Thank you. All I have to do is get to the application.
Feel free to bring more chairs up.
Let's see. Thermont is here today for approval of a new medic unit. As soon as I get the application, an ambulance. This is Miss Judy White. She can explain the if there's any questions that'll come through to her. They're replacing a unit that is outlived its usefulness. They're replacing it with a 2024 Freightliner Horton Model 623 ambulance at a cost of $343,745. They're asking for a loan of $257,700, which is 75% of the cost of the unit. The unit will take 400 working days to be delivered. A motion was made and seconded to approve their loan request, and it's just for a 7-year term. Any questions? Any questions?
Just out of curiosity, Loman, and the issues on your chassis, getting the chassis there for this, have you heard anything on it?
No.
Everything moving forward? Okay.
Everything's online, or on order, but it's a 400-day.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of issues. Thank you.
Do any of the representatives have anything you'd like to add? I'll entertain a motion.
Move the acceptance of the request for the loan for $257,700 for Thermont Community Ambulance.
Motion by Chip Jewell, second by Roger Stager. Sorry, Tim. Randy, you had a... Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, everyone, for your help and assistance in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next application will be for Tillman Volunteer Fire Company.
Representatives from Tillman, they're making their way up.
Just for the record, give your name and your your office with the company, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Hood. I'm Assistant Chief of the Tillman Volunteer Fire Department.
Okay. Tillman is here today to request a loan for a new engine tanker. The price of the unit is $700,065. They're asking for a loan in the amount of $455.42, which is 65% of the cost of the unit, with a payback in 10 years. 10 years. There was a discussion with Tillman on this. The committee approved as such. They are replacing a unit that is 25 years old. 25 years old. Any questions?
Do you have anything else to add, sir?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to be here. You know, we're a small town company, and a lot of help is appreciated.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I have a motion by Tim Dayton, second by Randy Smith. Any questions?
Pardon me?
Yes,
450.
I can say, I seen your eyes. I seen your eyes when he's.
$455,042 for the loan.
But, okay.
My mistake. I'm sorry.
His eyes told the story, so it is more than $455.
$455,042. Okay, my mistake.
Okay, any discussion on the motion other than the clarification? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ladies and
Thank you for your time. The next application will be from Parsonsburg Fire Company.
Representatives from Parsonsburg, please come up.
Sit down. Please give your name and company office.
Eric Tyler, Fire Chief, Parsonsburg.
Parsonburg is here today to request a loan for a new engine. The total price of the project is $882,266. They are requesting a loan in the amount of $374,266, or 42.4% of the cost of the project. They are putting up $508,000 towards it, with a payback in 15 years. 15 years. Any questions?
Chief, do you have anything to add?
It is an engine tanker, not an engine, so it's a combination vehicle for our rural area. Other than that, appreciate the committee's assistance. Craig was a big help with everything, and thank you all for entertaining this today.
Chief, to have one question. It was noted moving the terms of the years. Is that acceptable? You're going to be able to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we moved it.
That was one of the negotiations we had with Parsonburg, that they accepted the 15-year payback.
Ron, did you have a question? Okay, motion by Ron Block, second by Roger Steger. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion carries.
All right, thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
The next application will be from Joppa Magnolia Volunteer Fire Company.
Representative? Come on up, Chief.
If you give your name and title, please.
William Van Arzo, past chief, Joppa Magnolia Volunteer Fire Company, current apparatus chair.
Okay. Joppa Magnolia is here to request a loan to replace an engine. Price of the project is $750,000. They're asking for a loan of $562,500, which is 75% of the cost of the vehicle, and their payback period is 10 years. There was no discussion on this as far as changing any request. The committee felt it was fair and applicable at this time.
Chief, any comments?
Replacing an engine, it would be 25 years old when the delivery is due, May, June timeframe of 2023.
Have a motion from Tim Dayton, second by Randy Smith. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Congratulations.
And next application is from Perryville.
Representatives, please come up.
State your name and titles, please, for the record.
My name is Bradley Willis. I'm the fire chief.
Dale DeWeese, treasurer of the company.
Okay, Perryville is here today. They're replacing their tower. Total cost of the project is $1,848,128. They're asking for a loan of $1,250,000, which is 67.64% of the cost of the project. They are putting up $598,128. We had a lengthy discussion on this with the committee, and the terms of the project is 15 years. That's where they stand. It's a very expensive piece, and we know that, and it's also needed in the area. as it's growing dramatically larger. So any questions?
Can I let representatives talk? Chief or Treasurer, any comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time today. We're replacing a ladder truck. It'll be 26 years old at the time that we take delivery of our new unit. At the time that we purchased that truck, our first due area was very different than what it is now and what is on the books to be planned. That unit was a 75-foot aerial. We found that to be woefully inadequate as our area has changed. So we're looking for something bigger. We've spent 3.5 years putting this project together. It's not something we take lightly, and we understand that it's quite an expense, and we appreciate your assistance in helping making it a reality.
Just 1 second. Ron, are you question?
I'll address that. With the advice and suggestions, productive, positive suggestions and advice from the VCAP committee, we stand and should be in line to receive $500,000 from Cecil County, but we will not know that until the next budget year. So if we receive the $500,000 from Cecil County, we will put that towards the down payment here, and we'll only be using $1 million, only $1 million.
And I knew this was going to come up, but when I present this to the Maryland Department of Emergency Management to go to the Board of Public Works, we cannot assume that they're going to get $500,000. We have to go with the fact that it's not available to them, and if they get it, when you go to settlement, you can make all the changes lower than what you asked for previously.
That's why, based on the lengthy discussion at the VCAP committee, that it wouldn't be Perryville putting 348 plus 5, 848 to say, oh my, can we do 848? That's why you see that number is different. So we wouldn't be strapped that badly.
Yeah. So right now, we're going with the assumption that there is no $500,000, none whatsoever from Harford or Cecil County. So Perryville is to get it at the proper percentages to go to the Board of Public Works. They are showing they can put up, and they said they could, $598,000 towards this ladder truck and borrow $1.25 million. But if they'll cut that 585 back to 348 plus 500 and only have $1 million loan. That's how that's going to work, but we can't assume that that's going to happen.
Chip, you had a question?
I think my question was pretty much the same as Ron's, but the county money, is that general fund, is that tax money, or do they do a CIP? Is it through their capital programs? You have any idea?
It's general tax funds that comes out of the capital budget.
It's out of the capital budget, so
Yes.
do they have to float a loan? Do they have to float bonds? Very good. Thank you, Chief. Believe
He's
me,
the one to know.
I spent 8 years
and he
dealing with
didn't need
Frederick
a
County,
mic.
so I just want to make sure you're okay. Because I worked for him. I know the issues that different buckets got into some real problems on funding things. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Tom. Tim?
I think Joe answered my question. It was the same. We want to look at the 1.25.
That's
is
correct.
what we want to approve. If they get that, okay, I'm good.
That it changes, but it can be changed at
Buddy?
So thank you. Has Perryville ever paid back $1 million loan in any other situation?
I can't answer that.
So this, I was just curious if you ever paid that amount of money back to any other equipment or building.
We've never had any equipment for that amount.
Okay.
And the main station was built in '68, and then in addition, a couple years later, the substation was built many years later, but isn't anything, of that size. But as the committee knows, we have no debt. We've always paid everything back.
And their financials show that they are very well capable of handling this loan, or we would not have approved it.
Right. So my next question for the committee is, has this committee ever given $1 million out as a loan? We've done that in the past?
Yes, we have for construction, but apparatus, this is the largest apparatus loan in my time on the committee that we've ever given.
To put that number into a little bit of perspective for you, in working through this process over the last 3.5 years, had we have signed a contract back in January of this year to purchase this apparatus, it would have been almost a $300,000 less piece of apparatus. That's what's gone up in the last 7-8 months.
President Kurtz.
No, on behalf of the MSFA, to the Community Fire Company of Perryville, our deepest condolences for your life member, Skip Mahan. He is a good friend not only here, but at Hartford Cecil, and I know he was a pillar at Perryville. So our deepest condolences.
Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll call for a motion. I saw Randy's hand first, then Tim Dayton second. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And
Appreciate
again,
it.
thank you very much
you,
to
sir.
the VCAS committee
Yes.
for the advice.
Thank you. Okay. So, now for the rest of the news. After today, the balance left to lend in the, according to Scott, after this amount of money we've lent out today, and according to the balance that I got from Scott Gordon earlier this week, subtracting out the amount of money today leaves us $3.35 million available to lend. We've gotten a report from Scott, excuse me, in fact, I got it yesterday. We asked for what the, how much money we get in a year from the outstanding 65 loans. And that is $1.9 million. But that's spread out over a 12-month period, of which the majority of the loans are annual, which means you get it at one time, but that's spread out through the 12 months based on when the loan was settled. There are some that are monthly, which are mortgages, and some semi-annual, and some quarterly. But that's where we stand. So we're right down near the end of biting the bullet as time stands right now. And I know I've talked to several people, you know, legislative committee, whatever, about finding a source to increase the funds available. Because as you all know, prices are going up through the roof. You can hardly find an engine. The two today were $750,000, $800,000. The medic unit was $350,000 or $346,000. So prices are going up. The down payments, 25% is a lot to put down on some of these. So at any rate, I just want to let y'all know that, and also that if we reach the threshold of $1.5 million left, we're going to have to look at a hard time of maybe stopping until, because we've discussed it, that we need to have that much money in reserve in case of a catastrophic accident or something happens at a company where they can't continue on because of a piece of apparatus, medic unit, whatever. We got to be able to help those companies in a catastrophic accident or whatever, because they'll have to buy something used, because new is, you know, 2 to 3 years before you can even get it. So I'm just bringing you up to date, and I thank you all for your attention today and appreciate your time. And I want to thank President Kurtz for attending our last meeting. It was enlightening to him, I'm sure, as it was a 3-hour discussion. And but at any rate, thank you all for your time today. Any questions to me?
Any questions for VCAP? Thank you. Appreciate all your work.
Mr. Chairman.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
I just want to bring the executive committee up to date. We do have 2 openings on VCAF, with Darren Long passing away from Montgomery County, and I'm working diligently with Buddy and Montgomery County Association getting a replacement for that. Just prior to Joe's meeting that the VCAF committee met in Odenton, I received a phone call from John Gatton Sr., and he let me know just prior to the meeting that he was going to retire from VCAP. John has served well over 20 years on this committee, and I just want the record to show our MSFA appreciation for the years that John had served. We do have a replacement for Southern Maryland. That's Patrick Hassler from Prince Frederick. He's an officer, I believe, a second vice president of Southern Maryland. If I'm correct, Randy, second vice, Patrick? Okay, and he's also president of Prince Frederick too, and first vice. Okay, but anyway, we do have a replacement for John. We're working on getting a replacement for Darren. And Joe, thank you and your committee for everything you do.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Can Thank you. Duly noted. Appreciate that.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Financial. If the finance team will come up, Vice Chairman of Budget, Gene Kerfman, if you'll come up.
I'll take the one that's not working.
Originally, we were going to defer the finance until tomorrow, and then Ron sent us a note a little while ago that he's not going to be able to be here tomorrow either, so we're going ahead. Bobby, if you'll start it off, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Ron, as Chairman just said, is unable to be here tomorrow, so consequently, I will provide the report. I think everyone has received the financial reports for the period, the balance sheets, profit and loss statements, and the budget versus actual. All accounts have been reconciled as of July 31, 2022. The 22-23 budget has been loaded into QuickBooks. The 21-22 financial review scope of work has been established with Fike Connor and Associates located in LaVale. They are our CPA firm that reviews our financial records and provides the annual reports, the 990 and the state report. Just slipped my mind. Anyway, all that's being taken care of by the CPA firm. The appropriations and relief financial records for last fiscal year have been transmitted to MEMA as required by the Maryland legislature. A request was made to MEMA requesting our funding approval for the state budget for appropriations and relief funds for this fiscal year. As they say, checks in the mail, so the payments should be forthcoming for that particular program. The MSFA charitable status registration has been filed with the Secretary of State. I think if you recall, we changed our tax status and we are now a 501c3, so that documentation had to be changed with the state of Maryland. So that's in the process. Renewal of our MSFA's Maryland sales tax exemption has been filed with the state, and as we are waiting for the new tax exempt cards for purchasing. So at this point, we'll move over to the other officers' reports. And first up is Mitch for Financial Secretary.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. The dues invoices will be completed in QuickBooks and loaded by December the 1st. I think what I'm going to do this year is wait until January the 2nd instead of December 20th, because we have an issue where officers change on January the 1st. The companies pay their dues, or you jump on it and pay it between December, say, 24th and December 31st. The new officers come in and I wind up getting a second payment for the same dues. So to help alleviate that, I'm going to wait and mail them out on January the 2nd. Maybe that'll save it. That way I don't have to mail checks back. And usually I get like 10 of that a year, so I'm hoping to avoid that issue. Bobby Aaron, my assistant, has advised me that the inventory that she's responsible for is up to date.
Okay, thank you. Budget report now. Sure.
Okay, the Budget Committee has received a request from the Transportation Committee for some funding to help pay for inputting tag information into the system. The Budget Committee will work on finding the funding for that. And just today, I received an email from the Rural Water Supply requesting some modifications within their budget. So the rest of the Budget Committee has not seen that request yet, so I will get that information to them tomorrow, and the committee will discuss that issue. Any questions?
Ways and Means.
Okay, the Ways and Means Committee, of course, is the raffle. Right now, the committee is scheduled to attend Darlington Apple Fest on Saturday, October the 1st. And we're also scheduled to go to Ocean City for Sunfest, October 20th through October 23rd. Again, that's another date change. Now, one good thing is I do have both applications here today, and as soon as I get the check, I can get them both in. And I was reading the contract for Sunfest, and one good thing is we're only running 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. It used to be 10 p.m. Now we're cut 3 hours, which is good because we don't do much in the late hours of the evening. So again, we'll be done at 7 o'clock on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. As always, we need help in Ocean City to sell tickets. All the tickets have been distributed, at least through the executive committee. I'm hoping you're getting them out. I have been getting some back. I'll probably make a deposit on Monday. We'll see where we are. And I think that's it for the raffle. And I do have some tickets. If anybody wants more, I have them with me.
Any other questions for us?
Any questions for the financial team? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to make one mention. If anyone received the agenda for the meeting, on the very last page it talks about our next meeting in December, and I'm guilty of that cut and paste where the cut didn't happen and the paste didn't happen. The meeting is December 3rd and 4th. I want to make sure everybody's good on that correction. December 3rd and 4th.
No. So we're working with Roger Steger and Ocean City. Hopefully at Kaiser Point we can have a little get together there. But if not, we'll find something. Court bar. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, ma'am. Did you hit the head table? I didn't. Okay. Okay, everybody get some? I didn't get any, but that's okay. Go ahead and draw and I'll make a donation. Oh. So I exchanged green for green.
Here's Nancy
Well, I'll tell you what. Is that good?
That works. Thank you very much. So we profited $191.
Wait a minute. You're going to use the mic to stand up.
We'd like to thank everyone. I might hurt the guy next to me right now. I know where he lives. We're sure I can find out the information. We did profit $191 on the print and frame, so we thank you and thank Teresa for getting the print for us. Now, your winning number is, and it's his fault if you don't win.
Now, come on up. Would I catch Bill out of the room?
No, he's coming.
Oh, okay. He was taking a nap.
Well, I guess it's not working here. Well, I guess it's not working here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to let Linda start here, and then I'll just dovetail on at the end of it.
Good afternoon. Continued for EMTs. This is starting the discussion. We discussed it at the meeting, and there was a motion and seconded and approved that the MSFA does not support the move to National Registry EMT refresher. They want to maintain the current recertification process, and we wanted to forward it to the executive committee so that you're aware that this is starting as a conversation. We don't know where it's going to go, but we don't feel that the MSFA should approve that process. We need to stay the way we are. You want to?
So understand the process. So currently right now, as a Maryland EMT, you have a 3-year certification. And the hours that go along with that are 24 hours, right, for recertification. So that's what you're required to do here in Maryland. What the proposal was from the commercial ambulances and some of the physicians is to go to the National Registry's certification process, which is a 2-year certification. And then you add another 12 hours of continuing ed to that. To me and our committee members, I think that is a bait and switch, so to speak, in order to help the commercial services, because they go in and out of state, DC, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Virginia, all over the place, and the way they're licensed, they need that licensure for their personnel. There are a lot of folks in Maryland that will never ever leave the state of Maryland that they won't need their national registry. The reason why when we go back, the reason why we changed the national registry is because when the Northeast Council got rid of writing the tests, we had no other option to test our EMTs, and we had to go to the national registry. That's the litmus test. I think we can meet the Maryland guidelines as well as members of SIMSAC, which we are going to discuss that through a working group. No direction has gone one way or the other yet because we really hadn't met yet. But from the EMS committee, I think that is disingenuous on our part, even through SIMSAC, to say that we're going to change and go to a 2-year certification. The exact same training, you get a 3-year certification, you don't have to drop to a 2-year certification, add 12 hours of continuing ed, and you still get the same EMT whether you have a National Registry certification or not. Right now, it's optional for folks if they want to maintain their National Registry once they take it. Some people do, but I don't think we should force that on our providers, and nor does the EMS committee. That's our opinion, and I'll take any questions because I know this is going to create some conversation.
Totally agree, Vice President Smothers. Should we be taking some formal action in writing from the Office of the President? And if so, where should that go?
That the information will have to go back to Dr. Delabridge and to the SIMSAC committee about the displeasure of maintaining or having that be required on a statewide basis to National Register to maintain.
Mr. President, would you have any problem with us making a motion to that effect?
Of course not, Jim.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move that the Executive Committee of the Maryland State Firemen Association.
Ambulance services.
But it would have to ultimately be placed in effect by MIMS as a requirement.
The EMS board would have to approve it.
Okay.
Ultimately.
Anything that comes through for a regulatory change like that, it may start at SIMSAC, but it has to have the EMS board's final approval.
Okay, so should I be amending the motion to send it to SIMSAC and the EMS board?
That's
Would that
correct.
be more appropriate? Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make
And
that
I
motion.
would specifically note that, specifically note that it's coming from.
And going with the motion. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you.
The other thing we discussed was staffing shortages at MIFRI. MIFRI's aware. There were some recommendations, a motion about streamlining the process for instructors that's been forwarded. I know Steve Cox got it. I'm not sure whether Mike Cox got it.
Mike got it.
Okay, I figured that.
I can assure you.
Other than that, we talked about the alert statuses of the hospitals. Everybody knows the hospitals are crazy, and there is a process. MIMS is working on the new program that Dr. Delbridge talked about this morning. Our next meeting is going to be October 30th at Pleasant Valley, and it is going to be in person.
So with the alert status, I think when folks are looking at transporting, it's really in the metropolitan areas that are having some of the issues. We have that through SIMSAC. We're working through that to try to come up with a more informative, more accurate way to manage the input of patients coming into those facilities, so we're not having this huge backup and having people have huge wait times. So that goes back to really when you're talking about your providers wanting to run calls and do EMS, it's in most cases on the fire side, it's a quick turnaround. For EMS, if you're out 45 minutes, an hour to an hour and a half, and then include your travel time, you've given up pretty much a quarter of your day just on one ambulance call. And we're trying to do that. So we understand the staffing issues that the hospital has. Just like us, we understand the staffing, but they're gonna take a good comprehensive look at that and see what we can come up with. As far as the instructors, we understand that as well. So we're not trying to throw lawn darts at MIFRI. We know that instructors, we have issues trying to get instructors. We'd certainly encourage our providers to step up to the plate and become an instructor in all of our disciplines, not just EMS, but it's time consuming for folks. We understand that. So
SFA Training Committee, MICRB, MIFRI Tech, MSPQB, Safety Committee, High School Cadet Program, Rural Water Supply, and Standards. Well, I see rural water coming up, so we'll start with rural water supply. And Dan, if you'll continue up, we'll go into cadet right after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you accommodating us early today. Unfortunately, we will not be here tomorrow because we have had a drill scheduled for several months. My report was submitted electronically. We had a spring drill at Rock Hall at Kent County that was very well attended. We had some communication issues as to what their needs were, and we identified those midway through the drill. So we'll be going back there to go over some things that they really didn't approval. And we're always here. If anybody needs anything for drill training as well as apparatus specs, please call on us. And any questions you have. Queenstown.
Tim Dayton.
Yeah. When you guys do the testing and stuff with the different appliances, do you put any of that information out so we can somehow get it out to the departments across, somebody in?
We certainly can. We did post it on the...
Making sure that that equipment gets cataloged and put on our inventory, and the chairman has assured me that he's working with the financial secretary's office to get that done. So that's in the process too. Okay, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, sir. The high school cadet report was filed electronically. Hope you all have it. I'll go through a couple things here. We had a high school roundtable discussion at MIFRE. Todd Dyke, coordinator from Western Maryland, puts that together each year. And I think there were 12 jurisdictions plus some organizations there, but 12 jurisdictions were represented. And also, I think it was the first time Baltimore City was there. They're looking at getting the program started. The transition to the 2-year program was a big topic of discussion. Also, mentioning names or cities or so forth, but he made the comment, which I've been saying for a couple of years, National Registry is killing us. And that was a career fire chief. It surprised me, but I told him he'd stop, when he said that, he'd stop talking and gone to preaching. I think he appreciated my saying that. But the 2-year mandate is expensive. It's costing, because there's more hours than the MIFRE courses, so somebody has to pay for the difference. And that could be as much as $14,000 a year. And clearly this program, 2-year program, is an unfunded mandate from the state. I guess the state has quite a few of those, but this one is hurting us. It's hurting the fire companies, the school systems. And as Director Cox said, instructors for a 2-year program are going to be difficult. MIFRE has a shortage of instructors. We have classes we can't get going in Southern Maryland on night classes because of lack of instructors. And these high school programs, you're fully aware, that's daytime instructors that we need, and that's even harder. And what it's resulted in is some jurisdictions are hiring their own. But if anybody needs any assistance or has any questions or wants to talk about the 2-year program, I'm more than willing to do that. And the other thing is, I think we're planning on going back and meeting with the main lady at the Board of Education, but I was kind of waiting to see how this 2-year process goes. And I've had one person that runs the program say they're not going to do it. They're going to stay with the 1-year program. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but I was going to wait a little while, maybe till after school started, and then go back and meet with her again and see what if she's had any change of mind or whatever. So, but that's it. Thank you, sir.
Tim, questions?
Is there anything we can do to help with this process, Dan? I know do we need to go in a different direction than you trying to go head on?
Want a better word, to look after those students when they're not in the MIFRE class. So
I was just trying to see if you had any suggestions, if there's any way that instead of you trying to tackle it head on, is there any way this group or whatever could help you?
I think some other folks have met with these people, and they're very rigid. You know, it's Bobby, my wife, that's on this committee. She seems to think it's, and she says that they said one time it's a federal mandate to go with the 2-year program, but I don't think that, because I mean we've had 1-year programs in many other jurisdictions for a lot of time, and it works out. I mean, the reason it was given, I asked about the EMT the junior year at this meeting in College Park, and I was told that you can't, it's because they accept 15-year-olds. And I don't know, Steve, are we accepting 15-year-olds in the EMT classes?
We will accept them at the beginning if they're going to turn 16 within that program before they go for testing.
Right. I understood it was they had to be 16 before they had patient contact, but that's
yeah.
But I didn't know if that was a general rule. But we don't.
If they're not 16, they can't do, quote, hazardous employment and be a member.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be pretty careful on bringing them in at 15 because they are not eligible for a, quote, hazardous employment of the fire service. So there's a real gray area there.
Yeah.
I mean, businesses can hire somebody at 15 to wash dishes and do some minor things under the Child Labor Act. But when it comes to being the exception to be in the fire service, it's 16. So there's really kind of a conflict here of what you can and can't do depending on which regulation you're looking at.
Right, and that 15, 16-year-old is another problem with starting them at juniors with a 2-year program, basically. Although, like I say, some counties have had success. So Washington County has a 2-year program, and
I was at their meeting the other evening, and they are doing a different kind of scheduling, like an every other day scheduling.
Right.
That you may look into and contact them because
when this committee actually started, we worked with Kingsley Pool to get that Washington County program started. So it's we're familiar with it from a long ways back, and it's been very well managed, and it's grown very well. And just one other thing that came out of that meeting that I found interesting, I think, and I've said this before, this high school tech program is probably one of the best recruitment tools we have in the fire service, because it gets, the students, and almost every county they have to be a member of a volunteer company before they can take the program. So we get people coming in, students coming in at 16 before they can take the program. So we get people coming in, students coming in at 16, which we have a good chance of keeping them if we get them at 16, and then they get the training that first year or two, and so it's an excellent recruitment program. But the program in Prince George's County is run by the career academies. You can't be a member of a volunteer company there. It's prohibited. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't know that, even though Prince George's was in my region when I was coordinator. But I didn't realize that they prohibited. I knew they took students that weren't volunteers, but I didn't know they actually prohibited it. So anyway.
Vice President?
Yeah, I just have a couple. Well, one, I'm going to dovetail on what Chip just said, because we were just at Washington County. They do a 3-day during the week, because I think what we're seeing is that when a student that young goes through an EMT course, we're asking them to do something different than what an adult would do. It's usually 2 days a week and a weekend, full day. For either Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, and every other Saturday or Sunday for a class. Washington County, their public schools are doing Monday, Wednesday is full day, and then the opposite week they're doing like on a Friday. So that they're not continually trying to progress what they just learned the day before and into the next chapter, because you're getting probably 2 to 3 chapters at any one time. That's academy level when we're doing that for career staff. That's a very fast-paced course for that. So I'm curious about what the failure rate is for our academies. That's something I think we need to look at. But I also think that we have a reading comprehension issue as well. And part of that is what I would like us to look at are the numbers there, because that will help us have some leverage to the school systems about the reading comprehension levels that we have. And we're seeing it not just in EMS, but across the board on our fire and rescue classes as adults when these folks take these classes. And it's detrimental to us. So we can't keep saying it's the National Registry, because it's not. We are at a 71 to 72% pass rate. across the state. So we're above the national average. We are still going to have providers, I don't care whether they're an adult or a kid, that are not going to pass this class. And I'm thinking, I'm going to say, because the medical directors, we look at what the quality of that training is to meet the need of our citizens. If we go below that litmus test, I don't think you want someone that is just barely making it out here treating your loved one. I don't think you want that to happen, and the medical directors are not going to go for something like that. So the National Registry is the litmus test. That's the bar. We don't have any other option. You know, we can't create our own curriculum, and then we have no way to test someone once they do that. We have no basis, no grounds to do that. So, I mean, I hear what folks are saying, but that's what they're asking us to do, and we won't have a leg to stand on by doing that. That's why we went with the National Registry. I understand the hardships that go along with that, and I understand the difficulty of trying to pass that test. But if I did the exact same thing on an ALS curriculum and had folks get into a paramedic class, I will guarantee you that when you look at those classes, depending on where you go around this state, that you've lost 25% of the students in that class because it's med math or anatomy and physiology, and that's where they fail. We can do better, I believe, and Mfpa is certainly working with us, MEMS is working with us, SEMSAC, the EMS board, we're to pay attention about what's going on with our students. But we can't keep blaming the National Registry when I think we have an underlying other issues why these young men and women can't pass. And we need to start tracking that.
One of the things that was discussed was the requirement, maybe the school system should require anatomy and physiology as an elective in the year before they go into this program. And I don't think, actually there was someone there from one of the school systems that they had looked at that, and I can't remember why they rejected it, but I'm not sure if that would help if they
It's
had
basic
that.
science. Some of this stuff, Dan, is science, and we can't force a young student to try to do that. I know even in the EMS committee meeting for the adults, folks are like, well, before they even get into an EMT class, is there a entry-level class to make that determinant before we even allow an adult to get into an EMT class? And overwhelmingly, it keeps getting pushed off the table here. So we've even looked at that for adults. So
Yeah,
I don't know what the answer is. I'm willing to help you work through it in the EMS committee, but we got to start peeling back the layers and looking at what the true problem is.
Yeah, and that's kind of what, as I said before, I'd like to wait till these programs get going this school year and then talk to the folks in the fire service that are running them and see what the problems that they're having are not before I go back to the Board of Education. And Tim, I'll keep your thought in mind too. If we come up with something that we feel you all could help us with, then I'll certainly be in touch with you.
You definitely have a challenge.
Oh, yeah,
There's no question there. And one of the main challenges is the state board is looking at it. If it's a completer program, as you are talking about, they have laid out what the completer program is, and it's going to take an act of Congress. You've got a challenge in convincing them.
But we've been running these programs as one-year programs, and the students have not had a problem getting their courses complete. So if you give them the incentive, they can get those courses that they need for completion of to get their degree. And it's I think a lot of what the state board is throwing up is maybe they don't understand as much as they think they do. So we'll keep hammering at it. But like I say, the meeting I had with the Board of Education was extremely cordial. Bobby and I went up and spent an hour and a half with Stacy, and very cordial. But we came away with our hat in their hand, and that was it. So.
Yeah, because they think that's it.
Yeah.
One of the, probably the positive is, like the fire service, we have many counties that are making it work. And for example, I run Harford counties, and we're making it work because we're doing kind of a 2-week time frame where Monday, Wednesday, Friday of the first week, we do the instruction. Tuesday, we reinforce what was done on Monday, and we go into what we're going to do on Wednesday. Thursday, we reinforce Wednesday, we go into what we were going to do Friday. Then it breaks the next week. Monday, we reinforce what we did Friday, we go into what we're going to do Tuesday, and then after that week, doing that Tuesday and Thursday, we go back. We had 100% pass rate. The other thing, fortunately, the director at MFRE implemented the Canvas programs, and when you go back and a student's not successful, and you can sit with the student and you can show them you didn't do your homework, because we can pull it up and we can tell them how much time they spent on it. We give them practice tests.
EMT. So it's going to allow you to look at where you have your weak points and where you need to study at. So if you're, say, at an airway portion and you're making 90%, I don't need to spend a whole lot of time there. But if I get to OB and I'm in the 40s, 50s, 60s, that's a problem. So I need to spend a little bit more time there. That's what Canvas is helping the students with. And I don't think even for the adults, I don't think folks realize it's there to help guide you where you need to look at your weaknesses to make you successful. So even though you may not pass that first go-around, we're 82, 83% on the second go-round. And some of that is folks just, they're not used to doing the computers, or not used to, and that's what Canvas is also helping you take a look at those practice questions that you're going to see for when you go take your registry test. We can't force them to do that, but I would almost guarantee that when you go back through Canvas and you talk to the instructors, they haven't done their homework, you know, and they're trying to power their way through it, and they're not being successful. So we need to look at all the avenues. It's not just one thing. It's multiple. And, you know, like I say, I think it's very difficult to ask a 15 or 16-year-old student to take an EMT course Monday through Friday when we don't do that as ourselves as an adult. That doesn't help. So, you know.
And that's one of the other things that some of these, it's been a challenge. These high school programs have been a challenge from the get-go. But, you know, like I said, one of the major things that they had that I think was a plus was you could tailor the program to your county. And so the school system, fire service, EMS service got together, decided what they wanted to do. And now it's pretty much the state's dictating what we have to do, and it's taken away a lot of that flexibility we had. But we'll see, and I hear it in this meeting and a lot of other environments that fire service is very innovative, and we'll maybe take a look. Maybe we'll figure out how to solve these problems. Well, we hope anyway. So,
any other discussion? Thank you. MFRE Tech, Bob?
Yeah, we met in July. Didn't have a whole lot of business because we just met in Ocean City in June. But the big thing, and you heard Director Cox talk about it today, was the Orange Book and the Chapter 6 covering Instructor 3 and adding Instructor 2. And I think we had, Dan, what was it, about an hour and a half discussion about whether we should or shouldn't agree with it and everything. We finally ended up supporting MFRE's suggestion. So that was our biggest part of our meeting, and our next meeting will be September the 27th. Don't have a location at this time. Could be virtual like last one, but that's when we'll be meeting. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Anything on MFS PQB? Nothing. Director reported on MICRB. Anybody from standards? Okay. Safety Committee report has just been posted. Anybody to report on safety? Executive Committee, you may have to refresh because it wasn't posted earlier. If you close out and come back on, Safety Committee report is on there. They met on June 23rd. They had 24 members and some MSFA officers in attendance. Safety Committee participated in this year's convention and parade. They discussed line of duty deaths throughout the United States, the causes, and what can be done to reduce the upsurge of these deaths. And I'm just trying to read it quickly and report. They did set goals for the association for 2022-23. They're going to monitor and show trends of loss and offer substantial marketing and proactivity with needed recommendations to MSFA, working on safety awareness. They're still looking at the newly formed MSFA Mental Health Peer Support Committee. Their next meeting is Sunday, October 2nd at Easton. That's kind of the highlights. Any comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Well, and to add on to the Safety Committee, from Responder Safety and the Cumberland Valley Association, to date, we've had 33 responders that have been struck and killed on the highway. That's to date. Last year's total was 65. 9 of them have been fire or EMS for this year. So we're Responder Safety continues to work with that. One of the things from Responder Safety, I've applied for a grant through MDOT and the Highway Safety Office, and in that I've included the MSFA as a partner that we will be working with in here. And if I'm successful in getting that grant, hopefully we'll be visiting the 8 welcome centers in the state of Maryland to maybe have a safety day there. And if I do, be working with the executive director, and hopefully we can get the local companies in those areas where those welcome centers are to be part of that safety day. And that all depends on if tourism will approve my scope of performance at what we want to do. I'm in the process working with Kate, and we're writing that right now to get back to them. So we're looking at that. Maryland's fortunate. I think we've only, I don't say it, don't want to say it fortunate, but because we've lost three people in the state of Maryland on the highway. No fire EMS, but we've lost a tower and a couple service patrol people here in the state of Maryland. But that continues to be a problem because that's only the deaths. That's not counting the dollars lost for equipment or the amount of dollars spent for the insurance on workman's comp or stuff like that for the people that are injured, still in the hospitals, so just bring that up, part of safety.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Questions? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Vice President Carey, MSFA Resource Management Branch, Mdml Fire Service Personnel Group, Search and Rescue Committee, and MCAC, Maryland Fire Chiefs.
Mr. Chairman, my one individual will address you.
That's okay. You're responsible for the other reports.
Good afternoon. The Mdml Fire Service Personnel Group has yet to meet this year. I have been communicating with the committee via email. I just sent out something to them. The Fire and Emergency Services SCF functional plan it's in the process of being reviewed. So I sent it out to the committee. One reason I'll send it is this is what they need to know, have an understanding of if they're asked to go up to Mdml for an activation. Also, get any feedback for updating it. So, like I say, that's a work in progress. Try to get it up at SHA headquarters in Hanover. That's where we will be if we have to go in for an activation. So, I'll be working on that. Any questions?
Any questions for Bill? Okay. Bobby?
Yes, sir. I've been asked to give a report for the Maryland Fire Chiefs from the President, J.J. Lynott. He sends his apologies. He had evidently a family issue that came up. He could not be here today. He asked me to pass on that the Fire Chiefs just had their membership meeting on August the 6th. A couple other things going on right now. Of course, they're still active with the Joint Mental Health Task Force along with the MSFA. The Mark G. Falkenhand Operational Leadership Seminar is on for September the 10th. That'll be here at the Carroll County Public Safety Training Center. And the featured speaker will be Chief Rick Lasky. Of course, this year we're still working in conjunction with the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend, supporting the families up there, providing transportation services. For those of you that are into golfing, there's a golf tournament. It'll be at Lake Presidential, September the 23rd, and there's still plenty of room. Any questions on that, you can get with myself or Hugh Owens. Planning is still ongoing, but we're going to have the annual December training in Ocean City. More information, according to this, will be coming out soon. The Maryland Fire Chiefs have got a SAFER grant along with the MSFA. Maryland Fire Chiefs are funding 5 scholarships for individuals interested in attending the Federation of Fire Chaplains annual conference. The MSFA has also got 5 scholarship positions that have been allocated, and I believe Chaplain John Long would be your contact person for the MSFA. And at this time, the next meeting is scheduled for November 5th at Falston Volunteer Fire Company. Any questions for the fire chiefs?
Questions for the fire chiefs? Okay. Nothing from MCAC or Search and Rescue? I don't see any reports. Okay. Thank you. For executive committee members, the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Branch is moving till tomorrow morning, and we're going to move the Convention Branch from tomorrow morning to now. Randy Smith, Convention Branch, Convention and Conference Committee, and all the subcommittees.
Good afternoon. In light of Ron not being able to make it, we're gonna wing it the best we can. So, as some of you know, or all of you may know, we had a lot of work in planning for safety and availability. We did have a convention this year, and we made the best out of it. Unfortunately, I think there were very few people that reportedly got COVID, but nevertheless, the convention, I think, went well as best as possible. We learned a few things, and I'm sure with the wrap up and moving forward, as long as COVID and monkeypox and everything else stay out of the way, we should be do good moving forward. So the rest of my able and trusted committee members will give you their information.
Okay, we'll touch on a few things that I'm aware of. As Wayne said, Ron is unable to be here, as you already know. Just on the events attendance, Jolly Roger was down. I think it was approximately, if I recall correctly, about 500 folks were unable to attend that event. And again, I think just as he indicated, a lot of issues that pertain to that particular situation. Prayer breakfast sales. The reason that changed was because one of the reasons was the high cost that the convention center had for the food, and consequently we reduced it down to a continental breakfast, and that wasn't inexpensive either, but consequently that caused some issues there. The memorial service reported approximately 1,100 folks attended that, and the opening service was approximately 800 folks. So those are the areas I'm going to touch on. There's a couple other areas that is being evaluated to improve for next year. Central location for the bus passes. Other events maybe in the future is the golf function on Fridays, but there were no requests for it, so that may not come forward. And what's that? Okay. So Kate's going to touch on the rest of them that I'm not totally familiar with.
Okay, so I did get some notes from Ron. We talked about there have been a couple of meetings regarding the election process and if Secretary Cox wanted to expand further, but Ron basically just said we are looking into another platform, as I mentioned earlier, called CVent, but it is rather pricey for some of the things that are available. We could cut the cost down using CVent just by using a couple of their promos and their products rather than the whole shebang. So it's something that Ron and his team are looking into. As far as the bus pass location, we did try a couple of different locations this past year. The ladies were very receptive to where we were putting them, just to try to gauge where they would be most useful. So we're looking at a couple of things for next year. The number of classes, since we had lower attendance, the classes obviously were attended lower. I think I tried to fill the schedule as much as we could, anticipating a larger than normal turnout because it was our year back at the beach. But because we deal with Father's Day and it was just beautiful weather that whole week, numbers were down. So we're going to look at reducing the number of classes, but making them either larger classes or more nationally renowned instructors. The outside exhibit space we're also going to be looking at because we had 2 vendors out there this year. We may expand that or we may bring it back. There's a lot of different things, especially with the inside exhibit halls. So we're looking at tweaking that again next year. But overall, the vendors, the survey that I did with the vendors, it came back positive. There were some hours that they were a little concerned of because we were open on Sunday, which they felt was great for foot traffic, but it wasn't those people, the people that were actually going to buy it. It was the stroller derby, as they call it. You know, a lot of people coming in off the street just to look at the fire trucks. So we're going to look at those hours again and see if there's things we need to tweak, maybe make it 9 to 2 or 10 to 3 or something where it's shorter and more concentrated for those vendors. Again, the electronic distribution for all convention materials. So that was one thing that was brought up for 2023 rather than doing all of the paper mail outs. But we'll have to look at what Ron and the rest of the committee feels is appropriate for next year, because there is a large monetary cost to send all of those materials out by mail. Better advertisements for the educational programs, even though we did put it out on our social media every other week or so, advertising them by class rather than by page or by the website. So we do have new committee members that have come on. I asked Ron to give me the names. So he said for the program book, past President Walker is going to be taking that over with the transition done by past President Mattingly. They're going to work together to transition over to new leadership on that, along with Bob Phillips and Michael Clark. Sponsorships and Fill the Boot. We have a conference call on September 3rd with Barbie Krug. She's going to be working, I'm not sure who she is, but Ron knows who she is, and she's very in-depth with how to raise money and do sponsorships and fundraising for the committee. So she's coming on board to do that. And for food service, Tony and Terry Clark are going to be taking that over. Rose is stepping down. She's put in a lot of years of doing our food service, and she's done a tremendous job. So her son Tony and his wife Terry will be taking over that going forward. And of course, we're still dealing with the convention center costs that are, up significantly, a few $1,000s from last year. And we have been talking to a new hotel, motel representative that might be able to work more diligently on getting better hotel costs, because we know that that was a huge issue this year. The costs were just astronomical to stay at the beach, and a lot of our members couldn't foot the bill. A lot of departments couldn't pay to foot the bill. So we're working with them and making sure that they understand that if they want us to keep coming back to the beach, they're going to have to work with us on some of those prices, because $500 a night for Ocean City is just not feasible. The 2022 convention showed a slight profit for this year's event, which was nice. We did, thankfully, in foresight, we did cut back on some of the things that that does cost us money. So in the efforts that were made, we were able to come back a little bit on top, which was great. Ron also noted that the presidential event in Annapolis has been paid for in full, and all of the Ocean City events were also covered. So all of the books have been reconciled, and we are moving forward to next year. I think that was all we had, unless anybody has any input or further information from the critique that they'd like to share. Tommy?
Question from, go ahead, Tim.
I just want.
Tim's got a question real quick.
Go ahead.
We've talked about the process for the balloting and everything else. What about the process for registration? There was a huge amount of people that thought when they went in and registered and got their bags like they always have, they were good to go. I know I sent probably a dozen people back from out west and told them to go to the other table to register for voting. We need to figure out that process.
So that was one of the discussions that we've been having with the CVent people, and that doesn't necessarily mean we're going with CVent, because like I said, they're very costly. However, we may be able to work with just a few of their products rather than the whole package that they're talking about. But yes, that will talk about registration that will then filter through to the balloting process. So there will be one in the same, even though there'll be separate processes, it'll work in and one and in the same. So yeah, in conjunction with the other. So as you register, that will generate the lead for, you know, the voting. And I don't understand the whole thing with CVent. It's a one-stop shop. Yes, thank you. That's putting it, yes, that's putting it bluntly, yes. Yes.
Just one more quick comment on that. I know we had Wi-Fi issues at the convention center, and we have got to make sure that gets taken care of, because I've heard a lot of people complain that they couldn't get things and Wi-Fi. If we're going to run the convention, we've got to do it right.
Well, as talking to the budget chairman, as I'm looking right at you, no, it's again, it was a cost thing. I mean, you know, Richard's going to come up and give his reasoning behind, because it's costly again.
So, our cost just to be able to do the stream was $2,000. That's for one line. If I had wanted Wi-Fi all through the building, I can't imagine what those people would have charged us. The OCC guest network is still there. It is spotty throughout the network. But if people want to complain about having guest Wi-Fi in the convention center, they need to complain to the convention center and OC government. We can't afford to pay for that for them. Now, the problem we had in the room that we were trying to do the voting in, we ran into more signal loss than we thought going through that wall. And we're resolving that for next year, if we even have to use something that is internet-based, by moving that voting inside the convention center around the corner. But if someone complains to you about just general use of Wi-Fi in the building, tell them they need to use OCC wireless. And if they say, I did, but it was spotty, ask them to send a letter complaining to the convention center, because that's the only way that can get fixed. They're using a contractor, and that contractor's prices are, they told me they are basing their pricing on what other convention centers like Vegas get. I said, you're not even close to being in Vegas, and your service levels aren't even close to that.
Understand and hear you. The point I was making, though, is we are here for our constituents, our member companies, and if we're going to invite them to the convention and we're not going to give them service that helps them be productive and enjoy the convention, we're dead in the water.
And that's a conversation that we can have with the contractor that actually, but I'm sure it's the same price for every single show that goes on down there. So, you know, the problem is you weigh between, do we increase the prices for our vendors to come down? Do we start charging a fee? Which some of those things don't make any sense either, because then we're not going to see the numbers. So we have to find that middle ground to say, how do we incur that cost for the Wi-Fi without it making an impact on our members and decrease attendance even further. So there is work to do on that. You know, we did try to look at outside sources, but we were told that that's a no-no because they have that contracted Wi-Fi company, so we can't bring in any outside Wi-Fi capabilities either. So we're our hands are tied, but I'm sure there's discussions that can be made, and it definitely is an issue we're looking at. So.
Well, every time we go down there, either to meet with the mayor or the people at the convention center, we need to continue to drive that point home. I mean, it just amazes me that a facility that has just been added on to like they have, and even what they had before they did that, don't offer that kind of technology that's will support conferences, not just ours, but any of them that go in there. And we probably ought to talk to Mako. They have a big convention down there. We have a good relationship. Pass it on to them if they're having the same issues, and try to give them an incentive to take in, provide the services that you need to put on a good convention and conference down there for us and the participants as well. That's important.
Yeah, the good thing is it's on the radar, and you're looking at it, and it's not going to change overnight, but we've got to keep addressing it. And like I say, one of the
pieces of mail to Ocean City, go visit the chamber. We belong to the chamber. We go to their, everything that they have over there and support them, and we're getting no support out of the business community. And it's almost a point of we're wasting our postage to send it to them. So that's something the committee will have to decide on. Many of you all weren't around when I first started with the program book, but that was back when we had about 12 or 13 people on the committee, and it was all cut and paste stuff. And we have graduated to computers, and we're getting there. We're not there, but we've done a lot more. I think the book has come along a long way, and I'm looking forward to working with Chuck and Bob as we transition over and get their publisher skills up. So.
Chip has a question.
Kate or whoever could answer. I know initially we weren't going to have outside vendors, then we wound up having some outside vendors, and I understand there was some conflict, and possibly we have some vendors that were a little offended or upset. Has that issue been addressed for next year, how we're going to do it, and are we able to kind of mend some fences?
I think we were able to accommodate everybody this year. We had a lot of conversations with those larger individuals, vendors offline. Myself and Ron and a couple other people actually had conversations with them and say, hey, this is what we're looking at. This is what we're dealing with. This is why we're asking you to move inside. It looks like it'll probably be a rotating schedule where one year one of the larger ones will be inside and the other one will be able to go outside. We have vendors that love to be inside. They don't even want to be outside. So that was something that we gained one more inside. They finally got inside and we're like, hey, we like it inside. We don't have to deal with all the other outside elements. We're looking at the footprint again. I mean, the footprint was much smaller, but with the decrease in attendance.
That was driving. It's a long ride home.
Mr. Smith.
I was just thinking.
Use the mic, please.
I was just thinking with Mako being there now, if we had get some feedback from some of the people that are attending Mako now to see if they're having the same Wi-Fi problem issues or whatever we were having.
Well, they can afford it. Some of those other shows can afford their Wi-Fi. So.
Any questions of Convention Committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
I just want to say that, I think the convention said it did a good job down there, Kate, especially walking around to the vendors and talking to the presidents. We were able to walk around down there last year or this year and talk to some of the folks as well. I think they were very receptive when we did that. They said that's never happened before. But like you said, you have some vendors that want to stay outside, they don't want to be inside. Talk to some of those folks and vice versa. But the Wi-Fi is a big issue, and I know you and I talked about that. We got a big AT&T truck that could sit outside that could fix that problem. But I don't know. Maybe we can offer some leverage to that in the convention center. I don't know, but it's got to be better than what we had, and I think we're all in agreement of that, particularly when it comes to doing the voting and stuff. So we got to have that connectivity at the end of the day. But I appreciate everything that the convention committee has done.
And one of the things that we have to really look at that, and we've talked about a little bit among ourselves, is the cost of everything down there.
Yep.
I mean, the convention center costs are going through the roof. If you looked at the hotel costs, they're through the roof. And a lot of our families literally cannot afford to go down there anymore. When you start paying $400 a night for a hotel room, it's crazy. You have a condo price that you've been renting for years and it goes up $1,000. I mean, it's nuts. So, I mean, we really have to look at that, and I don't know, I don't think there's a way of fixing it, because they're going to charge, because they can get it from, if they don't get it from us, they're going to get it from somebody else. But it's really, it's a major issue that we need to talk about.
So Tommy, so let me elaborate on that, because the president has charged myself, Skip, and Kate, and for everybody else's benefit, because the contract is only for 2 more years at Ocean City. You know, should we look at some other venues, like some of the other outside entities or associations do? They move their associations around the state, like West Virginia, New York, and Virginia, and so forth. Are there other venues that you would like to go to based on costs? And that was huge, and I've heard it as I've traveled around the state. It was just too expensive, and it seems like everybody was trying to make all their money back all at one time in one fell swoop. And we saw that across the board. But we also realize that when folks come to Ocean City, that they also utilize that for vacation time for their kids. It's time to go to the beach. It's a family event. So we're on this teeter-totter. It is on our radar, and over the next couple months, we're going to be looking at that. So when you hear us come out to the association meetings, is there somewhere else that you would like to move our convention? And maybe that might give folks in Ocean City a heads up that we're not obligated to stay there, but if the costs don't come down, we may not have a choice. And so I'm going to put that on the front end now, that we're actively looking at potentially moving after this contract in 2 years. So that's our time frame.
And as you well know, I mean, during COVID, as we came out of COVID, I mean, we had looked at other facilities, other locations that we felt could accommodate. And I'm not advocating moving, but the reality is that our membership, we're seeing a lot of our numbers down this year, and some of that was because of COVID still, but some of it was just the cost, and we really have to take a serious look at it. And yet, I don't know if we were just dealing with just a convention for our meetings and stuff, whether that would draw the attendance. I mean, it'd be easier for most people other than the shore to get to a central location if you went to a central location.
I mean, I'm not advocating that we don't go across the bridge.
I'm not either.
I'm not either, so I don't need to go out in the car and get my vest on, but, you know, I'm just saying, we have to be considerate and start looking at options and be reasonable. So do we just have a 2-day work convention and not have the components for the kids? I mean, you know, some folks just have a picnic and stuff like West Virginia did, or a couple little outings, and that was it. I mean, and cost is a big issue, but we also want to make sure that our event has always been a family affair to include the kids and the spouses and significant others. So we got to weigh those two options. None of it's going to be easy, and there's going to be a lot of elbowing and pushing and shoving, but you know, we got to figure out something before we sign a contract at the end of this 2 years.
Mr. President.
Yeah, just to elaborate, and Tom, you know, you're well aware, we discussed at the critique about how many people are leaving on Wednesday. You know, the days of people are staying the whole week. It's just amazing after convention, and either just prior or after the parade, man, it's like a ghost town around the convention center anymore. And that's one of the reasons why I assigned the officers and Kate this to look into. And I can recall when we were going through COVID with Chuck and with Joel, we were thinking the possibility, if you recall, having the convention in September at Arundel Mills. So there's an avenue of looking at another site, and I know that we're tied down under that contract, but there's another site that has hotels that are reasonably priced, and the facility is large enough for us to do our business at Arundel Mills. So we're open. We're not saying we got to leave Ocean City, but we want to be open in perspective of what, because if not, we're dying on the vine. And if you don't see it, we got to open our eyes. The convention is dying the way it is, so we got to make some changes. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
The only other thing to piggyback off of what Ben is saying is that if we were to, I know I hear some murmurs behind me, and, I know nobody's making any changes today, nobody's making any moves today, and I know Ron would sit here and say the same thing. So we don't want to go back to our hometowns and people saying, no, we're not going to have convention in Ocean City anymore. But I think when we do look at other avenues and other options, just from my perspective, doing the educational seminars, only on that piece, if we were to go somewhere else, the concentration to be in a classroom is not, you're not competing against being out sitting on the beautiful beaches of Ocean City, or, doing whatever else it is that you do while you're out there, with your family and everything else. So, it may end up being a positive thing to go somewhere where people are going just to take a class. Some people are going just to, purchase or look at, certain apparatus, depending on where we go, if we were able to have apparatus. But that might be the flip side to moving, is that, more people would take advantage of a destination education opportunity. Like when you go to FDIC or you go to FRI, yeah, there's other things to do, but you don't have the beach. You have vacation time for true vacation time. So, like we say, it's not going to be a whole week at the beach, but if it's a shorter time, then you come and you do your business, and then you save your vacation for some other time. So that would be the only option, not the only, but one of the positives that would come out of moving it to somewhere else. It's not competing with the beach.
Of course, we do a convention survey, and maybe when we do the survey for this coming convention, maybe we ought to try to outline some of those concerns or remarks or questions, and I don't know how you word those yet. You really have to wordsmith them right. But maybe part of our convention review by the people that are participating, ask them for their thoughts on moving, or what are the issues we have with you having with Ocean City, or something we can go back to the city with some real data and information. And I'll quit.
Vice President Carey.
Add my 2 cents worth, okay?
Okay.
No, be quiet. For most of for all of our lives, Rogers in my life, natural life, not just fire service life, the convention's been in Ocean City, except in '92 when we went to Frederick to simulate the 100th anniversary there. We would love it not to go away, even though we fight it every year and we work and do it. We realize that there are problems, that Ocean City is basically going to eventually price itself out of business. Now, it would be nice for it not to happen, particularly in 2 years, being purely from the aspect. I don't know, but that's why President Kurtz said, you and you. You and you are involved.
Thank you for volunteering.
Yes, I was in the Army. But keep in mind that all we're trying to do is have a viable thing so that the member companies will want to come, and more importantly, be financially able to come. Because, even staying Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and leaving Wednesday, that can be a financial hardship on people at the rates they're charging, at the food, at everything. So that's why we're in existence, this little trioca here of us, and why we're in existence. But keep that in mind and try not to crucify us. We don't want to be like Val the Impaler with all of us lined up outside of Ocean City at a convention hall, on the stake where we go. But seriously, help us with this. Talk to your companies. Say, hey guys, is it too expensive for you going? And I'm not in favor of sending out another monkey or whatever we're sending out, whatever the name is, warthog or monkey or whatever. But we need to have information coming back from you guys, because it's not this executive committee. It's not these three presidents' association. It's your association. We just happen to be the targets for you all. So get us some information back. It's out there. Get us back information about, is it too expensive? Would you like to go somewhere else? What are you looking for in a convention? Are you looking for trading? Are you looking for business? Are you looking for a vacation? And that's what a lot come to Ocean City for, let's face it, because you look at the classes, there's attendance in there. And I've said too much. I apologize.
No, you're fine. That paid political announcement cost. Thank you. What we will do, I see most of the members of the administrative branch. So Chip, if you and the administrative branch will come forward, Constitution and bylaws, grants, and Sergeant of Arms, we'll do them today. And after that group, we'll break for the day, and that'll put us a little closer to the shrimp and bull roast.
Yeah, since I looked back and I saw the crew here, so I figured we might as well get that done.
Okay, if you'll stay with us for another 10 minutes, please. We need to continue the business. Okay, Doug, Constitution and bylaws.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Executive Committee and members. The Constitution and Bylaws Committee, as a follow-up from my last meeting, which was at Bel Air, it was mentioned about on the subject of the name change to be postponed until the new year. As your committee chairman, I have contacted our Constitution and Bylaws Committee members through the telephone. I have contacted each member, and as of this date, there are no recommendations or submissions to our Constitution and bylaws, which again follows the suit that we set at the last meeting. The changes will be coming when the name change will be at the first of the year. However, if there is any other recommendations, we're available. As a reminder, any bylaws to amend must be submitted by March 1st, 2022, 45 days prior to the convention. 23.
2023.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the Constitution and bylaws?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Dave?
Make sure it's working here. Report of the Grants Committee was submitted electronically. Just kind of go over some highlights. The award process for the fiscal year 2021, application cycle for the FEMA Big Three, that's AFG, SAFER, and FP&S. All of those have been reviewed and are waiting on desktops sitting down at the FEMA office. Been continuing issues with the FEMA Go system, which is the new FEMA grants management system. Really has given some challenges down there. I recently participated in the criteria development group meetings representing the National Volunteer Fire Council, and we actually voted there to submit a letter on behalf of the 9 National Fire Service organizations to go to FEMA, expressing our displeasure at the fact that FEMA Go by itself probably has put the whole grant process at least a year behind. With that, some of the technical issues have overcome. There was kind of a sprinkling of kind of a test launch, I guess if you would, of grant awards a couple weeks ago. And then just Friday, this week. There was the first large bulk. There was 296 grant awards under the Assistance Firefighter Grants Program. 5 of those for Maryland, Baltimore City with $597,000, Gorman Fire Department $173,000, Hughesville Fire Department $46,000, Kennedyville Fire Department $117,000, and as you heard Director Cox say, MIFRE got a grant award in $458,000. So we do expect that those awards will continue because that money actually has to be obligated by the end of September. So now that the flow has started, there should be a large number of awards there. And there's actually more money this year because in addition to the normal appropriation of funding, there was an additional $90 million in AFG, $10 million in fire prevention, and $200 million in SAFER that came out of the American Rescue Plan, so the ARP funding that was there. I would tell people that although that application process is closed, work has been started on the fiscal year 2022 program. The criteria development group did meet just about a month ago to kind of talk about tweaking some changes and priorities and whatnot in the grant cycle for that. So we're likely to see that grant application period start probably in October, November, after the dust settles off the award cycle that'll go through the end of September. I would tell people to kind of begin looking at if you have needs for equipment, apparatus, staffing, recruitment, retention, whatever it is, start looking at the rules for last year because the rules are not going to drastically change. So please do that. One of the big things is make sure that your FEMA Go and your SAM registrations are up to date. You have to update those SAM registrations once a year. It did get rid of the old DUNS registration system. That's now all been incorporated and integrated with the SAM system, which caused some problems by itself. But again, make sure that your SAM registrations are up to date. You heard DNR Forestry advise that they recently closed the application period for their 2022 Volunteer Fire Assistance Program and expect to make those announcements by the middle of September. So I just kind of made a note that in last year's cycle, there were 62 grant awards across 18 counties for $113,000. You heard the numbers there today. So again, remember that this is not an ATM machine where somebody's just going to bring you the magical PIN number. It is a grant program based on need and not just on want, and make sure that you can justify by positioning in the narratives and answering the pull-down menus correctly to support your need. A lot of applications fail due to the lack of quantifiable data. So I just encourage you to plan for success. Start planning now, and the committee is poised, ready to help you if you need assistance.
Can we hold the noise down, please? It's hard to hear.
You want me to repeat all that?
No. We heard you, but it was the background noise. Any questions of Dave? Sergeant of Arms? Sergeant of Arms,
She's making noise, she can't hear you.
do you have anything to say?
We told her to shut up.
Use the mic, ma'am.
Being here all these years and hope I have
Sergeant of
quite a few
Arms,
more.
thank you for that overwhelming report. Yeah, but she's got another 15.
Have another 15 years? Is that what you said?
Thank you for your report, ma'am.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, before I turn it over to the president, there he is. He's hiding. Again, fortunately, we only have a short break now until the shrimp and crab feast, but sorry, shrimp and crab. Ben, you're getting crabs. Shrimp and bull roast. Wow. See, Laura got to me. It has been a good day. It's been great that the noise has been down. We've conducted a lot of business. We do have more to take care of tomorrow, and I really appreciate everyone's patience and everyone working together. With that, Kay, if you'll start coming up, Kay's going to do the benediction, but President Kurtz?
Just some real quick housekeeping. Number one, you can keep your laptops and tablets and whatever else you have here. It's good for tomorrow. If we have to, because this is open to not just the MSFA, my home fire company, the county, Hartford Cecil is open to everyone who's helped us through the campaign season. So you'll see additional people coming in because they know it is at 4, so you guys can grub up on having first and seconds at 3:30. So good for you guys, but people will be rolling in various throughout that time period. This is being provided by Pit and Pinchers, and if those of you who have come to our food truck, they provide very good pit beef, pit turkey, and Teresa, I mean, I would love to have done crabs like Gene did 20 years ago, but Gene, I wish I had the prices for crabs 20 years ago. That's all I can say. It was a little bit cost prohibitive, if you know what I mean. So I know, but we're having shrimp instead. Also, for those of you who would like, I still have some more Frisbees and floppy hats. If anyone wants a Frisbee or a floppy hat, come up here and I'll issue those to you. Okay? There you go. Can you also do it in for the meal? A blessing. Yeah. She's going to do a blessing for the meal also. Good.
Try to wing this. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us to the end of this meeting. We thank you for the wisdom to come up with our business plans and ways to approach and meet our organizational goals. We ask in your mercy for the grace to stick to our plans and agendas discussed in this meeting. Lead us safely back to our destinations. All these we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
We'd like to bless the hands that prepare the food and the fellowship that we will enjoy in the next few hours. And again, safe travels home. Father, please bless all this. Thank you. Amen.
The executive committee is in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Sure.